house heroes again, but this is what you expect for day 2.
So there were a lot of Arachne slip through the cracks in this meta, but only a few have actually been able to slip through the cracks here.
They have me. Slippy has been putting in through the numbers, but it looks like maybe they haven't been able to make it all the way through, like you were saying. But hopefully, Damien's able to push Slippy all the way through to the finals.
Absolutely. Okay, so two very skilled players here, Madeline and Damien, both at the top end of this tournament on, it looks like 8 wins apiece, and looking to stake their claim for the top 8 here. This is going to be a crucial round to get to the top of the table and potentially overtake Sam Sutherland.
No, it is looking to be a very competitive game today. Competitive games today. 3 people fighting for top place at the moment, and Sam Sutherland is the target. I think it's going to be one of those. He's one of those targets that's going to be hard to knock down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sam's come here with a determination in his eyes, and whilst everyone's putting in their top efforts, it's going to be incredibly hard to overtake here. But it only takes one game. Both Sam, Damien and Madeline all on 8 wins here, so all it takes is one game, and any one of these players could be in the lead.
Absolutely, here. We are seeing the opening start here now. Crown of Providence for Verdance.
Yeah, okay, so we saw this yesterday as well, but more of a defensive layout. Got the Stonewall Gauntlet there, Storm Striders for the combo. And if we have a look at the Slippy equipment, of course, Flick Knives, Fendels for those all important resources. And it looks like you've got the 2 Widowmaker equipments.
For the AB, try and trickle down that, to try and prevent a little bit of that extra damage that comes through with that Verdance does so well here, especially in that late game. We might have to zoom the camera out a bit. Yeah, they moved it. Just trying to get some life totals sorted out here. Sorry, guys.
Alright, so both players just starting off the early game with a few cards trading to keep the life totals where they want them to be. And Damien set up with 2 claves there. Alright, we've got the life totals there now.
And as you can hear from yesterday, it is a lot quieter in today's haul, as I think every player is trying to take the wins to make it as far as they can.
That's right, everyone's got a determined view here.
Coming in for 3, flicking the knife here, as every assassin and ninja does. Trying to get that mark. Against Slippy is one of those heroes that just provides so much thought. What should I block? Where should I block? How do I block?
Yeah, and that attack route coming out, but Madeline's got the response. And let's see here, can Damien stack it up? No, he's going to let that one through. Close the chain. come in again with...
That's an All Weaver Spinneret. No. What's that one?
That's one of the MST attacks.
Our knowledge is being challenged today with the amount of cards coming through.
One of the, Bonds of Memory.
Bonds of Memory.
Yep, so Damien just keeping control of those cards that are getting banished, keeping the life game where he wants it to be.
That's where, again, we sort of want to try and control the... Well, I guess what Slippy does very well, or any assassin does against Verdance, is taking command of the cards they're using and taking away some of their key cards here. The banishing off the top of the library is quite scary for the Verdance player because it might hit something important here. But also maintaining that life for Slippy is also very key for this game.
Yeah, it's a really difficult balance here because the risk is that Damien's going to power Madeline forward and give her that Verdance combo earlier with the putting more cards in the banish. But on the other hand, as you said, Matt, it gets rid of some of those key combo cards. So any card off the top is a random card. It could be Ring of Roses, which just does so much when it's on the board. And if Madeline lets too many of those cards go, she starts to have a more difficult time in the late game.
Absolutely, and that's where Verdance shines here. You want to be able to get more cards online, or you want to be able to get all your cards online for the combo ready to go, in even that trickle damage that, again, Verdance supplies so well.
Absolutely, and we're not sure, we haven't seen Madeline's list yet, but a lot of Verdance players do of course go for some of those recursion options, the likes of Remembrance and So Tomorrow, etc. So even being able to banish cards that are part of that combo takes away the ability to recur them. I think Damien's probably faced with the idea that Verdance is going to come online inevitably, so what's another card in the banish zone?
Absolutely. And even just applying that pressure to Verdance, where they have to think about if they're wanting to block that extra thought process to take the toll away from them, because Verdance players are always going to have to think of their next step ahead. Where Slippy comes in, or even just Assassins just come and help disrupt that very well.
Absolutely. And we might be in the midst of a judge call here because it doesn't look like the game's progressing at the moment. Madeline does appear to have taken the damage here from the bonds and is just working out, it looks like whether the right effect has been applied. For all of our viewers in chat, let's put a poll up. Who's going to win this match?
It is one of those games as well that, like I said, Verdance is winning as long as she's alive, because Verdance just does one of those things that out of nowhere, because she fit in that 10 life range.
Yeah, and you see here why Damien's gone for those two AB equipment, because when Madeline comes in with that waning moon, Damien is able to fully prevent that damage here when it's not his turn.
Absolutely, and looks like Madeline has had the Ring of Roses in hand last turn, which is just going to supply that extra bit of damage, life gain in the early game, and the trickle damage in the late game.
Yeah, such a valuable card. With Verdance being so popular now, it's really not a card you can ignore. You've got to have something in the sideboard to deal with a threat like that.
Absolutely.
It's a one-of, but it's so powerful when it's on the board, and so much harder to get rid of than other one-ofs like Library and some of the other cards we may know of.
And Demos here pitching a CNC to play a CNC, it seems. And fully blocks it out from the Verdance, which is understandable. They've got probably a key card in that arsenal there.
Okay, looks like we've got... Is it Plough Under here? No, it's Evergreen? Yeah, that's Evergreen. So, quite a cool card, Evergreen, one of my favourites from Tales of Aria. A big attack from the arsenal, so it's going to the bottom of the deck. Just helps to keep that game going so late. So Damien's going to fully block that one out.
Very good card indeed here, especially just to put that pressure on your opponent, and I think it fits in Verdance's list very well here, as Verdance generally wants to block with 2 cards, keep 1 blue, and attack with another card for 3, and this card's going to allow her to keep doing that over and over again in that late game.
Yeah, such a great fit, because it doesn't even need to hit. It's one of those reliable cards that as long as you put it in the arsenal, it's going back, unless they do something like Plough Under. But even then, it's going back. It's only vulnerable to the likes of CNC.
Absolutely, and that's why she went to the play and blocked out the CNC. Really wanted to protect that and keep her be able to play another card for Arsenal. Or Weaver into Dagger.
Yep, so Damien coming in here, just trying to keep the card balance.
Oh, Codex.
Right, Codex.
Assassin's and Ranger's favourite card.
And Damien going for that back-to-back CNC. I think he's really stretching Madeline's ability to block here.
Absolutely, and that's what Assassins do the best here. Going to the Codex into a CNC is a very Codex into CNC, Codex into Leave No Witness is just one of the best plays a Ranger or a Assassin can do here. Offering that pressure, giving them the frailty, getting the ponder, so you're CNCing, still having an arsenal for next turn, just sets up perfectly.
Yeah, it's so effective at controlling the game, and something that Assassin does so well, real hallmark of the class.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like Verdance is wanting to block this out, or has blocked it out, and taken 3 and destroyed Arsenal. It's blocked it out with the mental damage, with mental block, to make the ponder hit their own ponder token. They Crown of Providence to sink their arsenal and taken the 3 damage from CNC and used mental block to make the ponder token here.
Yeah, so sending that Crown in quite early in the match, but important here to protect the cards.
Absolutely. What Verdance here is still applying that pressure, as Verdance wants to do here, especially in this game where you want to bring down the life totals of your opponent so you can get into that safe range to do the rampant growth combo here. Sending in 5 here, we are just adjusting the light. Demos has the D-React for it to take 1. Looks to be a fruit. It looks like a fruit of the forest that Verdance played here. And this Hunter's Clave has provided so much value from the Hunted. 2 mana, 1 piercing, go again, mark on hit, just does everything that you need it to do.
Looks like the poll was pretty even here, but the audience favouring Verdance 2/3 to 1/3.
Understandably, Verdance has been putting in a lot of numbers recently, so the confidence in the deck is there, and she has proven to be It's just a powerhouse in these last few events.
Yeah, and Damien training out all of the key D-reacts here. Okay, here's Plough Under, one of the power cards for the Verdance player.
It's a fantastic card, just to remove that arsenal without worrying about the damage here, but also still threatening 6 damage.
And I think that Damien would be very happy to see some of these D-reacts come out early, especially on the native attacks when he's not even putting attack reactions up. Every time one of those D-reacts comes out of the deck for Madeline, that means that Damien's able to play free run when he gets into the late game and has more attack reacts in his hand.
Absolutely.
I wonder what Damien's left in his list here, because he's obviously had to take out 2 of the equipment pieces that give him some of those extra reactions. So I wouldn't be surprised here if he's taken out some of the more potent attacks that rely on having a lot of reactions.
Absolutely. I do know that there is. I know Mario has a bit of a switch list where they have the assassin list and then the dagger list, where they sort of push the aggro a bit more with the dagger. I don't know if Slippy is following that sort of same plan where they're going a bit more aggressive with the daggers here, more worrying about the action buffs, the front buffs, more than the reactions. They're sending in big numbers consistently, saying 5, 5, 5, or something like that here. So I think that's what Slippy's going to be on. But here proving again just how good Codex is.
Yep, here we are, another Codex. That's 2 of the Codexes used up early. But we see CNC coming back once again. 3rd time that CNC's hit the play.
Damien applying that pressure with CNC, 3 CNCs in the last 4 turns is just so good. It must feel really good just to threaten that arsenal every turn and force 2 non-D reacts out of their hands.
Absolutely, and Madeline using her resources effectively there, only giving up 1 card, but putting a token on the bark skin, and she is chewing through those defensive pieces, so I am worried for her late game, where she's going to be able to go once she loses access to all of those valuable D-reacts and the defensive equipments.
Yeah, it does look to be Verdance a bit on the back foot here with the pressure that Damien is pushing. CNC after CNC after CNC is pretty bloody good.
Absolutely. This game's all about management of the arsenal right now, so another Plough Under coming and taking away Damien's arsenal.
I think the smart play in this game is just to not Arsenal and just keep drawing at this point. Both players threatening Arsenal, stopping each other, having a 5-card hand and only playing with 4.
Yeah, but I think ultimately Damien's getting a little bit better breach on here because that Codex just able to play so well without an Arsenal, whereas Madeline's having to commit actual game pieces to defend that Arsenal. So
absolutely,
right now Damien's under in card advantage, but he's protecting that late game.
Checking the graveyard here, or the banish zone here. I think Verdance is online from what I saw there.
Yeah, I would expect so. There's been 2 decomposers, plenty of banishment from Damien. So it's a real game now. Both players at their maximum potential.
Damien reacting with Fate Foreseen, opting to the bottom here. Really good block here. The only thing that Plough Under doesn't do is stop D-react, so having the D-react at the right time here seems really good. Being able to manage his hand a bit better. Is coming in for...
Alright, glad to see the chat's getting some education here from that earlier scenario we had with the card being banished. We've got some superstars in here, calling winner Darren Yang and Matthew McInnes, who pretty much you see at every event around the world.
Again, this is where the Fab community shines here, wanting to help each other out no matter where you are around the world here. Every player wants every player to be better and better, because I think the reward in the game is playing someone that is on the same level and challenging you every time you play the game.
Absolutely, and a special shout out to Darren Yang, or Daz as everyone calls him. He travels with his son as well, and his son's an up-and-coming star in the game. I've played against him, and he's beaten me at the 3-0 end of a couple of those events at the World Premier Taiwan. Not Taiwan, but Queenstown. And yeah, his son's a real prodigy, so both Darren and his son are going to be threatening the game, taking a lot of trophies in the future.
As they say, father like son. Yeah.
Alright, so back to the game here. Life total's evening out now that Verdance is online. All of a sudden, it's 31 love. And that ring just showing its power. It's getting so much value just being on the board here from, what was it, turn 2.
Such a threatening card, and like you said here, most players are going to have a way to deal with that. Otherwise, it just snowballs. Absolutely, gaining life, doing 1 damage here and there. It's very good, especially the life that is damage that is awkwardly prevented through pitching a card here, but you don't want to be pitching 1 blue for 1 damage. So you have to get rid of your aggressive cards here. But it looks like we are doing a T-Toxin. It's one of the best new cards that we've had for from Hunted here, offering so much value here. +3 and -3 on a card defending stealth. It's just a +6 for 0.
Yeah, such a strong card. I believe that he's just choosing the secondary effect here, that it's not a dagger attack, unfortunately, so he's not getting the full value. But still threatening breakthrough here.
Absolutely. Just even that second effect on its own is very strong. Shred has proven itself in many slippery lists back in the day. I don't think they run as much anymore, but T-Toxin is just proving just to be an exceptional card on a dagger attack or a stealth attack as well. And if it's both, it's very, very good.
Alright, so Damien getting rid of a card. Looks like he chose was it a Japanese language one there? Okay, and the attacks keep coming. Looks like that was Infiltrate. Yeah, no infect. Yeah.
Infect, do want to get that Blood Rot token. Sending 7 again. Just another Evergreen.
No, this is the life gain one, the
Fruits of the Forest.
Fruits of the Forest going into attack mode.
Fruits of the Forest red as well. Usually we see a lot of Fruits of the Forest blues in a lot of Verdance's list, but Madeline here showing some new techs potentially here, and Fruits of the Forest obviously providing so much value as well on the attack and the defensive front, especially with Ring of Roses out.
Yeah, and one thing that Slippy really doesn't want to do is block. Most of the cards are based on getting maximum value on attack, so it's not a great deck for blocking. But Damien here definitely considering, because he doesn't want to let go of 7 life here.
No, Verdance again, one of these decks that just provides 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8 very consistently, like we saw yesterday on our Verdance game, where I think it was Cadaverous into Cadaverous into Cadaverous, into a felling of some sorts here, and Verdance just providing that 7 value, 1 card turns, and gaining life and stopping damage coming through is fantastic.
Okay, and it looks like we see 2 Phalanx in Madeline's hand, so it'll be interesting here whether she's going to accept this attack or play through for full value.
Double felling drawing a double felling is very rough here. Very good card. You don't want to see both of them in the same hand.
Okay, so third Codex coming out for Damien, and Madeline had that straight up covered because it was a defense react for 4 in the arsenal.
Beautiful.
Covered the leave no witnesses and straight back with the felling here. And this is exactly what Madeline wants to be doing, just taking a little bit of the momentum back in the game.
Absolutely.
Pressuring that life total. 8 points is a lot here.
8 points plus a card.
Yeah.
Is very good here. So, like I said, failing offering 1 card 11 value, fantastic. Especially in these later games, you want to see your failings later in the game, because obviously that's where it's more crucial, more scary to see this 8 damage coming at you plus 1 card from hand. Makes blocking and the next turn very awkward for the opposing player. And then opting to look, I think she still has the felling in her hand to Arsenal for the turn. No,
I have to go. Alright, so Damien electing to take 2 damage there, just enough to preserve 1 card for pushing back something, trying to keep cards out of Madeline's hand. Okay, raises the edge on the reaction here. Looking to get through that all-important damage, and as we have seen, Madeline's let go of a lot of those D-reacts, so each time now, Damien's attacks are getting more and more potent because he knows they're going to start connecting.
absolutely.
And once he starts taking cards from the hand, it's going to become a much more balanced game here.
And Slippery Assassin providing some of the best A-reacts in the game here. The longer it goes, the scarier it gets. Seeing a T-Toxin, seeing just a Nick. Some of these cards are just threatening so much damage for so little resources.
Yep, and here we see it again. Just a 2-card 7 for Madeline. She's quite happy to continue with turn structures like that and preserving 1 card in the arsenal. I think the arsenal's looking a little bit safer now because all those codexes have gone for Damien. He does still have CNCs and leave no witnesses left in the deck, but the deck is starting to thin out. Alright, so fully covering that damage.
Wanting to protect that important life total at all cost here, because like we said, Verdance gets you down low enough, she becomes immediately threatening.
Absolutely. Alright, and this might be a little bit of a light turn for Madeline here, just doing the 3 pitch and weapon swings. Electing to get that mark token on and set up for next turn. So Damien preserving his arsenal here, possibly an attack react, possibly an attack, but he just wants to make sure that next turn is going to be significant.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he gave Madeline a turn to take a full hand and arsenal and really shove some damage here. Okay, and that looks like the wizard card that amps 1 that's being sent here for natural damage.
Arcane Twinning blue.
Yeah. Okay. So Damien is pondering this decision here. And he's going to take that damage. And there you see the life totals cycling very quickly with that Ring of Roses and the Verdance effect.
Absolutely.
It is relentless. One thing hits and so much change to the numbers.
We are getting to that pivotal, very strong pivot turns now, where we're getting the people wanting to, both players wanting to reserve their cards to hopefully swing in a huge turn here, like we're seeing here, the T-Toxin, but has the D-React ready for the T-Toxin to cover it up.
Yeah, so as we saw, Damien was preserving that big turn, but Madeline had the right response for it. Okay, another banish effect, and it looks like it's taken away a felling from the grave and an evergreen from the top of the deck. And Madeline no longer marked.
That's what you want to see as a Slippy player, getting rid of those late game cards. Slippy is looking to just know if he wants to block or send a turn up. He's going to block, cover it up. Beautiful.
I think that was Cadaverous for 8, was it?
I think so. Or your Cadaverous.
Okay, so leave no witnesses coming here. And those D-Reacts are thin on the ground here, so Madeline's really got to preserve cards for effects like leave no witnesses.
And Leave No Witness is just one of those cards that provides so much value and threat. It's only a 0 for 4, no go again, but with Slippy, it has go again.
Contract.
No, that's right, it doesn't have stealth. I have mistaken the card, it doesn't have stealth, I do apologise. I wish it did at this point now.
Alright, so Damien getting a sigil off at the end there. That was a very interesting scenario for Madeline because he did have 2 cards open, so Madeline could have been at risk there of losing another card. Okay, E-Strike coming back.
E-Strike, one of those cards again, is providing so much value. On a 5 go again and then something else, very good here. Damien in the think tank seeing if he wants to take the damage or block this out. Going to be taking the damage here. Going out of 19, very, very scary here now.
Yeah, this is where Verdance really starts to shine in the second half of the game, when the life totals are getting down to those 10 and single-digit numbers. It's just so effective at moving things around, and that Storm Strider's still open there, threatening to at any time go off with something big.
Looks like Verdance might have something big here, just taking the damage straight away, and then Damien pushing through some more damage here, and opting just to take the damage. Another, and then with the A react here for the Razor's Edge.
Okay, but Madeline's got the double D react again. I think that's it though. I think she's used all 9 of her D reacts. Okay, and sitting back, another Fruit to the Forest for 7. That really has been the theme of the game here for the Verdance. Just 2 card 7 again and again.
Still threatening damage here, and like I said, as you said before, Slippy doesn't want to be blocking these awkward attacks because they want to be able to push through the damage here. But look, opting to block with 2 cards here, just to take 1.
Yeah, I feel like that's Damien's favourite way to play the game, is a 2 card block. into a 2-carded arsenal. I've seen him just do that so many turns. Alright, looks like we've got Kiss of Death here. One of those potent cards for Slippy that we of course see can be part of so many combos.
Absolutely, and it's just one of those cards being a dagger attack as well, so can work with Flick Knives, can work with T-Toxin, can work with nearly every card that Slippy wants to play with very effectively.
Yes, unfortunately I think Damien has thrown away most of his Tarantula Toxins. But
see the top one on the very top of his grave here now.
Okay, so Sigil getting pitched here to just push a weapon attack. Damien just looking to keep that pressure up. And of course we see the flick for the 1-1.
Pushing 3 damage here just for just to add that pressure still. It's very good. And like we said before, flicking the Kiss of Death, just synergizing with every card in the assassin pool is very good.
Okay. And I think that was a mental block on the Flick Knives to prevent that damage and get the Ponder token for Madeline. And that was followed up with a felling here, so really good timing for Madeline. But it is going to take those 2 cards from Damien again, leaving with 1 card in hand, where Madeline draws up to a full stack of 5. Mental block, a card that really came out of nowhere, but just providing so much value for Verdance with the extra card and the arsenal being so useful, and the block here able to prevent all important 2 damage when you're at 14 life.
Mental block, especially in this Flick Knife meta with Syndra, Ira, Slippy, Mario, all these very strong heroes that want to be throwing 1 damage at you here and there. It's a very good card at the moment, and offering that extra card for Arsenal at the next turn as well. Phenomenal numbers here.
Okay, this game really coming down to the important numbers at the end. Both players checking their decks, checking what resources they've got. I think we've seen all of the big threats go for both players now. All the Felling's gone, all the E-Strike's gone, all the Codex is gone. I think all Plow Unders might be gone, D-React's gone, Attack React's gone. They're down to the very last pieces now.
And Verdance using her last mental block here as well. Again, providing that little extra coverage of those leaking damages.
Okay, that looks like it might be another Evergreen. And just playing its role so well, because those cards coming out of Damien's deck, damage coming out of his life total, but Madeline's putting her card back. Evergreen is doing the work here.
Look, it does look like the decks are getting quite thin here as well.
So Damien's really got to find a way here to extract enough cards from Madeline's turn that he can control that tempo, or push enough damage through that Madeline's forced into a position of defensiveness. But right now it does look quite favourable to Madeline.
Like I said, Slippy is in that life total range now where just 1 good hand from Madeline here will just end the game.
Absolutely.
Got Verdance online, you have the Ring of Roses ready to go, got the boots up still. It's a very scary time to be a Slippy at 12 life.
Yeah, and I think Damien knows this. You can sense his body language is getting a bit more tense here.
Absolutely.
He knows that he's at the thin end, and he's got to find a way through. Alright, some Flick Knives coming in. We haven't seen that card used a lot in this game. I think that's probably the 3rd or 4th activation as yet.
Another Razor's Edge here.
The last Razor's Edge and the last Shelter.
This game is nail biting here. Still applying pressure though. Another Orb Weaver. Into a...
Yeah, so the Orb Weaver buff getting the weapon back. And then into the MST attack. Art of Desire. No. Bonds of Attrition. Okay, it's a Gauntlet coming in as well. Okay, and there was one felling left, and Damien got it. You can see that little shake of the hand. He loved that moment.
He celebrated very well there. It's one of those cards that you're always happy to see off the top of the library.
That's a great check-off for Damien. I thought they were all gone, honestly, but that was the third one sitting on the top there. And so a great threat remove. That'll give Damien just a little bit more confidence as he goes into those single-digit life totals in these following turns.
I think this is another Fruit of the Forest here.
Look at that graveyard. That is a thick stack of cards.
Both players have, like I said, use all the resources they can every turn. Damien opting to block 2 cards, sending 2 cards back, with if not 1 card with an arsenal, effectively. Same with Verdance, blocking 2, sending 7 back at each other, back and forth. Both really pushing the limits of their cards.
Yeah, I honestly think Damien's done everything he can here, but the value from the Evergreen, it might be what decides the game here. It just, you can't speak enough of what it does for card economy.
It is a very good tech here, and allowing Verdance just to keep going and going and going. Like I said, Verdance is one of those heroes that she's winning until she has hit 0.
Yeah. And Madeline, I think one thing we can't avoid here is that Madeline's effectively been able to manipulate the game because she's chosen this route of Evergreen. Damien's wasted 2 equipment slots on AB, and Madeline stayed away from using Waning Moon the whole game, but she's just been able to present 3 for 7 every turn.
Absolutely.
And those equipment do nothing for that.
I wonder if Damien is regretting bringing those 2 AB gears now. But that's the question that this game sort of makes you think before you even start the game. That headspace that's taken up of, I'm versing a wizard, I need AB. And then the wizard choosing not to use AB, going with 7, going 7, back to the bottom of the deck, 7, back to the bottom of the deck.
Absolutely. And that's where Flesh and Blood, it rewards intelligent play. Madeline, I'm sure she was very deliberate in that strategy where she knew Damien was going to prepare for the Waning Moon. And when she's sending 3 for 7 red Fruits of the Forest in Light and Strike, those Widowmakers, they don't do anything.
No.
And she was happy to take advantage of that. That's how she's gotten here to 8 wins.
Both classes usually ask questions, but Verdance is choosing to ask questions before the game even starts. I think that's a great play from her.
Yeah, those heroes that can fork their play between more of a wizard strategy or an aggressive strategy like the Earth cards provide, really effective, really able to make players question how they're going to respond.
And I think that, again, one of the key parts about Flesh and Blood is the thought process of every movement you do, even before you start a game. You see the hero. I'm very, as a Guardian player, I see the hero in front of me, and I have to question is what do I need to do here? And Wizards is one of those ones where I would have assumed as well. AB, you're not going to shoot me down.
Yep.
But this Verdance player has opted to not worry about that. Just use the Earth creatures, use the land to her advantage. Send 7, send 7, send 7.
Yeah, but it does come down to deck size still, and it's looking thin on both sides. As we see here, just trading blows. So life total's 11 and 9 now. It's looking very, very thin on both sides. But Damien's still got those options like Persuasive Prognosis in the deck. Those cards can really bite when you're down to no D-reacts. It just takes 1 attack react.
Sending a dagger and CNC, very good turn here. Forcing potentially an Evergreen out of the arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
We are hitting that we've definitely hit that second cycle now, so if there's any card in the arsenal now, it's got to be the Evergreen for that added value.
That's right. Okay, Madeline just doing a quick count there. It looks like 6, 7 cards, so Can't see everything in Damien's hand, but it looked about the same. Okay, so the CNC goes through and it bites.
Gets it gets the D-React, yeah.
The last Earthbound shelter. Alright, and a response, CNC coming back. CNC just still proving to be one of the most effective attacks in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. And CNC, responding CNC is very good here.
You know, I felt like the game has gone a little bit more towards instant speed, and so CNC has slightly downscaled its power. But in this matchup, you see, it's just provided so much value for both players. I think we've seen it attack maybe 8-9 times with all the codexes. Between it and Leave No Witnesses, it's asked so many questions.
And I think this is a very difficult hand for Damien, because I think I saw 2 Justinics in hand.
Right.
So those 2 cards providing immense value here, especially in this late game. Verdance at 5 life here.
And in some ways that's an easy choice, because if you've got 2 Justinics, you let the attack through. But he's so thin on cards, he might be looking at his one and only attack could be what's in his arsenal now. So, yeah, as I mentioned, Slippy just doesn't want to be blocking, because when you've got that attack reaction strategy, you can't afford to let the attack reacts go. The attacks become weak. If you let the attacks go, the attack reacts do nothing.
Absolutely, and if you take this 6, you're in the Burn Bear life zone as well, with the Strider still up. So I don't think we have seen Burn Bear yet, or probably
I don't
not
think
running.
Melon's playing it.
No.
I honestly don't think she's playing it.
I think Damien has sort of picked that up at the moment. Maybe Striders aren't as threatening as they've been for this game, especially with how Verdance has been playing.
Yeah, and I think Damien knew that deliberately. He chose those equipment because he gets the 1 Arcane and he gets the Spell Void, so he can effectively prevent 4 in a single play. So he's equipped for that one and done approach with Stormstriders, but I don't think that Madeline's gone that path. I think she's just set up here to do 3 for 7.
Looks to block where they've taken up the mantle and a Justinic from hand as well here. Probably hoping just to push a little bit more damage here, or prevent a little bit more life, sorry.
Okay, so we see CNC in Madeline's hand, but I don't think she's going to get a chance to use it. I think this is going to be a crucial turn here where Damien looks to push that increment of damage. Alright, what have we got on the field? It looks like it's maybe double trouble. Double trouble blue for 1.
Beautiful.
And 1 is just such an awkward number because Madeline knows that's not really 1. It's got Justinic written all over it.
Absolutely, and it also it buffs itself after 2 attack reactions have been played.
Alright, so there's the Flick Knives enabling one of the 2 attack reacts. And there's the Justinic. So all of a sudden, that 1 becomes 8.
Or has the Fruit of the Forest just to live one more turn.
Okay, it looks like Madeline's conceding here.
Yeah, that seems what's happening here. Oh, no, banishes the top 2 cards.
Oh, it's the banish effect, yeah.
She has banished 3 cards here. Yeah. Very good game here.
Superbly played here. Damien outlasted those odds. I think just 2 crucial plays there. The banishing that Phallic, that was amazing. And then the CNC, getting rid of that last D-React. The timing was superb.
Yeah, CNC again, proving its value here as one of the best cards in the game, and especially when you get to play it nearly 6 times in the game, proves very, very good.
Yeah, and I call back to what Jason Long said when he was interviewed about Slippy. He said, better lucky than good, and I think Damien would very much agree with that here, that he got some lucky timing there.
Oh yeah,
but,
big age-old saying.
Yeah, both players playing it superbly. I think you couldn't ask for more in that matchup.
They've done very well here. Verdance with the tech of no arcane, very good here. Very trips up a lot of players here, especially with these Slippies that have the AB gear ready to go. But Damien was able to play around there. I think once Damien realised that, he was able to switch his game plan quite effectively.
Yeah, really effective game state management there by Damien. Those CNCs, those early codexes, just playing such a crucial role in keeping Madeline on the defensive position. Not able to set anything up, not able to get the right cards in hand, and yeah, across time, just eating those cards off the top of the deck did so much work for Damien.
Very good here.
So we have now Damien moving to 9 wins after round 10, and he's potentially in second place. Let's see here if we've got results for the armoured top tables. Okay, so Isaac Katsakis beat Sam Sutherland. So Damien here is vying now for first position. If he can win his next match, he's going to take number 1. All right. Well, thanks very much for joining us. We will go to a short break here. We've got 15 seconds left until the end of the round, so we should be back with you very shortly for round 11.
Beautiful. See you guys soon.
Okay, welcome back everybody. We are here in round 11 with Fi versus Bolton. Two of the heroes that you might say are a little bit less popular, but performing reasonably well here. We will see some key cards around both players looking to do some big combos. Well, let me just get the names of the players up here. Okay, so we got Max Chapman here on Bolton, and we've got Frank Karamoudis. It's a Greek name, Karamoudis on Fi. Hopefully, I've said that right, Frank. Okay, so Bolton looking to get some of those key combos off. And Fi just looking to push that relentless damage, strip cards from the hand every turn. And this could be quite a hard matchup for the Bolton player, because when you've got to defend against Fi, it's very hard to get those cards into Soul. Putting cards into Soul just such a expensive mode of playing with the cards. And two of the interesting choices here will be the equipment choices, which equipment and which weapons both players will be going for. We have such a wide variation of choices for both the ninja and the warrior. Of course, you've got the classic of Kadachis, but in most cases we're going to see Fi go for the Eden Blade because it just needs that extra draconic chain link.
And Fi having some new support from the Hunted has proven just to show how well he's still retained. That extra card in the graveyard to start off with being Phoenix Flame, all the chain extenders as well, with display loyalty, demand loyalty as well, providing the extra support for Fi.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have seen Bolton get some new cards as well recently with the Raiden effect in, what was it? Was that in the Hunted?
Yeah, Hunted. I should know this. My best friend plays Bolton all the time, and he gets me every time with that card. War Cry of the Belladonna.
That sounds right. Let's just have a look. See if we can get that up. I think that was in Rosetta, actually. No, we had Unsheathed in Rosetta. And then... yes, you're right. War Cry of Bologna.
There's such a versatile card as well. Raiden getting +2 is fantastic. I've been definitely tricked by the 0 for Raiden, no blocks. Here's here's +2 and charge a card off the warband for 5 out of nowhere. And then also just having that option to banish cards from the soul to redirect your opponent's weapon damage back at them. It's very good.
Yeah, that's crucial in a matchup like this, because I was just saying to chat that it's so difficult in this matchup if you're blocking against Fi, because Fi's just pushing that relentless damage turn after turn. If you're on a blocking pattern, it's so hard to get cards into your soul.
Is where Bolton sort of struggles a little bit here, but it looks like we are in combo Bolton here.
Yeah, we won't be seeing any War Cries of Bologna because it's Saber Bolton. Let's get those up on the screen there. Yeah, so I mean, this card's super effective in this matchup because while Bolton doesn't want to be blocking, neither does Fi, and Fi's only got attacks. So yeah, these attack react
these weapons triggering off attack actions, super effective in this matchup. And I think both players here are going to be pushing the tempo. This is going to be a very fast game.
Absolutely, and looks like Bolton's activating his helmet already, the Halo of Illumination.
Okay, that's very intense for the first turn. And just to give you the stats for both of these players, we are looking at Max is in 19th place on 7 wins, and Frank on 20th place, also on 7 wins. So both players here have a path to top 8 if they can get the rest of the wins from these rounds.
And CNC and Bolton as well, a very niche pick, I think, for most Bolton players here, wanting to have the light cards for the Luminar turns. So very tuned Bolton here, and opening up with 2 CNCs in the opening hand is very, very scary here.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's that chess piece he's got?
It is the Courage of Blade Hold.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, he wants to be able to use that to make his swords free, so he can swing in as many times as he can with that double Lumina turn.
Okay, so he's very much going for the Lumina, Courage, Gallantry, just push maximum damage.
Hoping to set up a double Lumina turn, swinging for 4 or 5 times with his swords here, and then hoping to find a beacon of victory to send a large number with his soul.
Perfect.
If you couldn't tell, I'm very familiar with this matchup here against Bolton. The Bolton player I play against is very loved Bolton, and he's so consistent with it. Loves the new combo Bolton, loves fair Bolton as we call it, and he's really loving NIMBY Bolton at the moment.
Now, I always thought NIMBY was just a strange word, but I learned recently it's actually an acronym for Not in My Backyard.
Oh.
And especially as used to talk about rich Sydney people who don't want restaurants built in their beautiful suburbs.
Oh, wow.
You know, they don't want a McDonald's in their $4 million house suburb. Anyway, that's just a little bit of trivia about NIMBY.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's what LSS intended when they named the card that, but not in my backyard.
Well, saying 3 damage, giving any attack 3 damage, it does mean you don't want anyone in your backyard.
Yeah, that's
seems like. So I think they're pretty spot on there.
Okay, so you see here the Fire just pushing that Draconic Chain, trying to get some damage through. And the Fire is, of course, on the Lynx headpiece, not the mask, so going for a 1-turn combo for maximum damage. But the Tiger Shuko providing, of course, value turn after turn.
Yeah, the Fire has, paired with Phoenix Flames and Tiger Shuko, it just provides that damage, that 1-2 damage that you don't want to block, because it is really just awkward block. There's not great value there. So yeah, and damage can't be prevented, which Bolton does pretty well, I think, is preventing damage here with his D-React Saving Grace, but generally you're not going to use a Saving Grace on the Phoenix Flame.
Right. Okay, so Bolton coming in here for 3, and the Fire just choosing how they're going to block here. Fire, not a deck that blocks particularly well. And traditionally was very vulnerable to Guardians for that reason, but the meta has very much swung away from Guardians, so I think Fire might be an alright pick here where you can just send damage turn after turn.
See one of the new cards from Hunted here, Oath of Loyalty, one of the new cards for Fire that has helped him sort of regress his position in the meta. A 0 for 4 and only allows you to play Draconic cards, where Fire is all Draconic.
Yeah, perfect positioning for Fire, because this card is just a win-win-win. It is everything you want it to be. 0, 4, go again, 3 block. You can't lose.
No, like I said, it's one of the best cards there for Fire, Syndra, even Fang. Some Fang lists run it as just an opener turn. 4 into Dagger. Dagger is pretty good as well.
And imagine if Dramai was still around. Having access to that as Dramai would have been crazy. It's a perfect opener.
I think we're going to see some Dromite on the Blitz events later on throughout the day here, because again, the same person that plays Bolton plays Dromite in Blitz, and let me tell you, Oath into a Dragon does not feel good.
No. Okay, and the Ember Blade coming through now.
Again, one of the best weapons, I feel, Ember Blade. 2 for 3, go again. As long as it's the second Draconic Chain Link, where, again, in Fires, it's always going to be the second Draconic Chain Link.
Now, is that a Celestial Cataclysm that the Bolton's blocking with there?
Absolutely here. I don't think you want to see Cataclysm too early. You want to see it on the turns where you've built up your life total here, and because it's such a good card as well when you have so much soul. 7 go again for 0 is very good.
Yeah, and this card, I mean, it's the parallel to E-Strike, right? And again, it really shows that beautiful artwork that Flesh and Blood has cultured so well with the art direction from Robbie. I mean, a card like this would look beautiful on your wall. I'm just imagining that there in the hallway as a mural, and I think, man, I would enjoy coming home to that.
It is a beautiful artwork, and I think it also cultivates the light heroes very well. I know Prism can play this, probably doesn't have that soul, but fits into Prism's aesthetic very well, Bolton's aesthetic very well. And again, one of the better artwork designs Fab offers, and Fab offers a lot here. My favorite artwork is the Marvel Singularity for Teklo-Vossen. I think that artwork is beautiful. It's a shame, so
stellar.
hard to get a hold of, and very expensive.
Yeah.
The amount of Bright Light boxes I have opened is very sad, and I still haven't got one.
Yeah, no, that card is a rarity. But honestly, to the devs, make this card more playable. Carol, if you're watching, Celestial Cataclysm, I want to play it more. So please, open it up.
Give us Monarch 3 already.
Yes. Just
This?
Alright, so getting back to the game, we see the life total is pretty even here. And we've got the Phoenix Flame coming in for 2 here, with the Tiger Shika giving that little buff. But you see that Bolton's building up its soul. 4 cards now in soul. So, how big does that soul need to get before the Bolton's ready to start comboing off?
I would say he's in that area now. You want to be able to give your daggers go again for that Luminar turn, because Luminar allows you to attack with your weapon additional time. So you play 2 Luminars, each weapon can attack for 6 times, and then you want to give them go again. And then each time you hit, you're going to get some soul. So you sort of only want that 2 to 3, area of soul just to get the ball rolling with the Luminar turn. But if he's got that excess of soul, it's always going to be better for him, because that next turn he's going to have so much soul that he can Cataclysm easily. He can Beacon of Victory for such a large number, an attack reaction for 12 sometimes, for 20 sometimes, depending on how well you go through. So it is going to be providing a lot of value here, and the more soul he gets, the better the Luminar turn's going to be, and then the following turn after that will be exponential as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Once those turns start coming, it's going to be a real swing in tempo here, because you see that the 5 player is able to pretty much dictate the game right now, but very shortly I think you're going to see that momentum switch, and it's going to swing more towards Bolton.
Absolutely, and again, Bolton can provide such good value here and he blocks very well, but under a Spreading Flames turn, a very good card here for Fire as well. Just adding that extra bit of trickle damage to every card, the longer the chain goes for, just makes those blocks a little bit harder.
Yeah, and you are seeing that damage leak through, so we've got a 10-point margin here. And just a little error on the life total, so just making sure that's valid. Okay, and here we see the links getting popped. Frank really looking to put on the pressure here. He's not going to let Max have any breaks. So what's he finding with links? Is that Is he going after the tenacity or the what's the classic five card?
Salt the wound.
Salt the wound, of course.
I think we've got 3 cards on the blockchain here.
I believe he's hit 4 times, so salt's worth 7, is it?
Yeah, I think salt is going to be very valuable here. Looks to be
That is salt, yeah.
salt the wound, absolutely. Just going wide, wide, and wide, and then going to get so much benefit off this salt the wound here. So he's also sending a blaze headlong as well for 5.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's punishing here. Max really struggling to get past, so that's going to be salt for 6.
Has to take the 6 there.
Okay, and all of a sudden you see that those dice totals blow out, 18-point life margin. But Frank's committed his links, and you're not going to get too many turns like that.
No. Once Fire has his explosive turn, he can sort of slow down here, especially already using 2 salt the wounds, spreading flames here. Use his mask and a lot of resources just to commit to that 1 turn, but that 1 turn has swung the tide of the game into Fire's favour. But Bolton, like I said, has to just have 1 good Lumina turn, and he starts gaining life here, and tides turn very quickly again.
Absolutely. The key question, of course, here is how much can Max take time off to stop this blocking? Because 17 points of damage is easy in 1 turn for Fi. So is Max going to get committed here to just blocking turn after turn?
I think that's how I think Max is in a position where he can block until he finds that extra Lumina or the item, the necklace that Bolton can play to play Luminas at instant speed here.
Right.
Just to, obviously, he's got the 4 soul there. He obviously wants to keep his life total high enough to where he's not going to get blown out on a big turn again. But he's looking to opting to take the 3 damage here, so he may have a hand that he wants to keep.
So Max really hoping here that the Fire's going to get into that trap of drawing out the yellows, drawing out the blues, and just being a little bit quieter for a turn, because this is still pushing so much damage, and already he's lost 6 points of life. I think he wants to preserve this hand, but can he go with the single digits for it?
It looks like he is. He must have the hand that is going to hopefully change the tides of the battle for him.
Oh, and is that a closeout CNC on the chain? I don't think he put it in the power. Okay, apologies there, everyone. Just fixing the camera up.
Just frozen. It's working on stream though. It's just frozen here.
No, it's frozen both. Okay, apologies for that interruption, players. We are back with the camera.
Camera look good? Oh, beautiful.
Okay, so you see those life totals evening out now.
I did catch what was happening while I was there. The Bolton just went for a very wide turn with engulfing lights, swinging in for large damage with this entire save. Was trying to just to balance out the turn there, wanting to provide a bit of tempo there, getting a few cards out of Fire's hand, and setting up some soul there for a bigger turn.
Yeah, and a very rewarding play here where going to 6 life was worthwhile. Was able to chew out 15 points of damage from the Fire player and gain back 4 points of life himself. So effectively a 20-point swing. And the game looks a lot more even here where we're now seeing just a 10-point margin in 2 players. And Fire just coming back for a single digit. 1 card left in hand.
Again, Bolton is just one of those heroes that it represents Warriors so well, where they can grind these matches out, able to take a lot of damage but restabilize very quickly, able to block very well, and force those cards out of a lot of players' hands with the amazing attack reactions they have, or the amazing attacks they have. Their sword value is incredible. They offer so much damage on their sword attacks, and they also offer so much defense with their armor pieces as well.
Absolutely, and you've seen the hero become a lot stronger over time, where initially it was quite restricted on its ability to block, but now it can block very effectively.
Yeah, I know a lot of people out there are huge Bolton fans and are always wanting Bolton to get better at the game, and are ready for Monarch 3. Ready for Bolton 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Absolutely. I think everyone's looking forward to that. Okay, and you see Frank feeling a little bit fidgety here. He's got the spinner out. He knows that he's in trouble.
Okay, and Max has a choice here, but he's got the soul shield out. Okay, that's good. Building up that soul again.
A soul shield offers so much value for any Bolton player out here. A 6 defense reaction plus soul allows him to take a turn off and set up for another turn.
Yeah, and Max taking the arsenal there, not choosing to fight back, but he knows, I think, exactly where he's going with this game. He's got a very clear strategy that he sat down with, and that was defend when you need to, and then push back. And this game's just been turn after turn surging for 5, but Max is playing that defense so superbly.
And here's that Oath of Loyalty again. Such a good card for Fi here. A 0-4. This offers so much damage here. Into an Ignite. Again, another card that Fi really enjoys because it makes his sword attack 1 resource.
Yeah, and without any ice heroes in the meta presently, I mean, I didn't think we saw any Jarl really represent at the top tables this weekend. So these big chains are just so effective for Fire when they can't be slowed down with anything like Frostbites.
And Max here blocking with Illumina. Very concerning here because that's the card that sort of gets him over at that line again. But 5 forcing his hand here really on the attacks here, going wide, swinging 4s and 5s here and there, forcing Max to block these hands now.
Yeah, I think that's the concerning thing for Max is that Fire's just able to push so much damage off 4 cards, and when you aren't able to get the swing back.
This is potentially a Bolt of Courage with no charge, as it's an only card in hand. Unfortunately, he hasn't charged, so he doesn't get the draw.
Yeah, I would have thought here that Frank has an easy choice and just lets it through without blocking. But he's chosen to put a Warmongers down, not trigger any of the effects, and preserve his life total on 20, a very healthy number at this point in the game.
I think he understands the Bolton matchup and is just scared of that one turn where he just turns the whole game into Bolton's favour. A double Lumina, but so we have seen a Lumina turn and also him block with a Lumina. So I don't think he's in a position or needed to block there either as well. But sometimes you just got to respect that one card.
Yeah, and maybe too he didn't need the extra blue. Maybe he had enough. I mean, Fi plays so effectively off 0 resources. And yeah, you see here he's able to claim all of the cards he needs to, leaving Max with just 1 card in hand here.
And destroying his boots to give his weapon and a second attack as well is so good in Fire, as his attack is 3 go again. So allowing that to happen twice, it's very good.
Yeah, Jonathan in chat saying exactly what we're all thinking here, that the Fire player just exhausts the Bolton here, that there's not enough margin, there's no equipment, you're just on defense, so you're really relying here on the Fire to brick. And that's why it could be crucial to block with cards like those Warmongers, so you just avoid those hands where you draw 2 Warmongers and end up bricking.
Absolutely. And Fire is showing his strength here as Bolton is running out of resources here, blocking with 4 cards every turn and looking to not be able to swing back.
Yeah, this is like the slow river eroding the rock, you know. It's just 1 damage per turn, but that's enough when you're on 2-4 HP.
Coming in with a Rake the Coals, so I think this is maybe where we see the game close.
Yeah, when you've got 1 life left, those and there's the last Lumina out. Yeah, when you're on 1 life, those breakpoints, they really sizzle.
Oh,
4 damage is just too much damage. So yeah, very difficult position here for the Bolton. he's relying on luck. He's got to see the 5 brick.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
There's the
4
4 there.
That's too much.
No, I was hoping to see Bolton go crazy with these Lumina turns. Combo Bolton proving to be one of those decks that a lot of people don't know very well, but Fire doesn't care. Fire just wants to swing wide, swing with some fire, and off he goes to the races.
Yeah, I think you just saw Fire get away with that lead very early on. 35 points to 6. Whoa, that's not where you want to be in a game of CC.
No, the Fire's that one turn Fire had with the I think it was nearly too close to a Draconic Chain Link 9 there. Very rough for Bolton there and very hard for him to block out, effectively at least there, after sending 5 and then a 6, just with 2 cards, after sending another 7 cards prior.
Yeah, when you're putting that much pressure on, it's just it's so hard to get around it.
Well, we've got 20 minutes left in the round here, so let's have a quick look at the meta and what's on the top tables.
Cool. We only have one more round of CC before the top 8, correct?
That's right indeed.
Cool.
Okay. So if we look here at the meta going into today, we had 135 players, Gravy Bone, Syndra, Prism, Verdance, Slippy, all the top heroes. But if we switch to looking at the top tables now, let's see what we've got. So we've got Damien up the top on Arachne, followed by 2 Verdances, 2 Gravy Bones, Syndra, Livia, Kasai, Victor, Gravy, Prism, Acilio. This looks like a crazy healthy meta.
Seeing Olivia is very surprising, and seeing how well Zach's taking that to the top has been very good here. Olivia, one of those heroes, not forgotten heroes, but one of those heroes that you don't see very a lot of. There's usually always one at an event, and they play that hero very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Alright, well we might go for a quick break here, players, and we'll be back with you shortly for the last round of the CC portion of the day. And this will be the penultimate round, determining who's going to make the all-important top 8. So join us for that, and we'll bring you that match, and then very shortly afterwards we'll be into the top 8.
Beautiful, guys. All right, we'll see you soon.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back. We have a very different kind of matchup here. Dash.io versus Gravy.
Dio on the black dice, please.
Yeah. Now, this is a very interesting matchup because I think Dash has a really good game plan into Gravy. As Gravy does have those awkward blocks where Dash wants to just hit you for 3, but also has a boom grenade on the back there.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup. Dash.io, obviously a lot of good go-again cards, so not going to struggle to deal with those allies. The weapon just should be slaughtering the allies whenever they come in with the small ones, and plenty of access to bigger cards as needed to
Absolutely
boost into them.
Dio being the very first deck I ever played when I picked up Flesh and Blood, picked up the Armory deck and fell in love with Mechologist. Dash is one of those decks I just have in the back corner just when I want to play a bit of aggro. Getting a lot of love recently as well with the cold foil boom grenades in the gem packs, and I think in the new skirmish season, we're getting cold foil, Cerebellum processors, one of Dash's favourite cards.
Absolutely. We could see the Gravy here opt for a fatigue plan, because if the Dash is boosting, that's 2 cards out of the deck for every time you play a card.
Absolutely. Dash, it will be a quick game where Gravy will want to sort of slow things down, but Dash doesn't want to do that. Dash is going to speed straight through, boosting, using all the resources in her hand, in her deck, in her graveyard, in her banish zone, and her armor as well, utilizing nearly everything on every turn. One of the more fundamental decks, I find.
Yeah, very much so, and not difficult to push through damage either as Dash.io. It can get through a lot of damage very quickly.
Absolutely.
And the Gravy may feign themselves on too much defense and find it difficult to actually get set up for a position where they can control the match.
Absolutely, and like I said, Symbiosis Shot, Dash's weapon is just will eat up those allies for days, and as long as Dash can cheat out some items off the top of her deck or through the cards like Heist or Expedite, they'll always have some resources there. Even in the late game now, Dash has the new tech with Cog in the Machine, allowing to nearly be unfatigable, putting 2 counters on her weapon, getting 2 action points there, and also tapping a Cog to put the Cog in the Machine back in the library. So just 1 blue and a Cog machine is sending 4 nearly every turn.
Yeah, okay, that's an important ability to recycle the cards in the deck as well. So that should provide Dash a little bit more if the game go into the late. Cog in the Machine.
One of the new cards from High Seas, one of the best mech cards we've got in a while. Some people call it Cogtane, or High Cogtane, as a replacement for the High Octane ban. But proving to be such a vital card for Dash now, and also really any other mechologist like Max or Puffin.
Yeah, and it's interesting with the expansion card slot, we are seeing just so much potential come out with every set. No longer are the sets kind of ignoring key heroes, but you're getting a little bit of a boost for so many heroes, so many different strategies for each hero as well. Where you're seeing, there's a Raiden pattern for Bolton, there's a Go Large Lumina pattern for Bolton, and every hero is getting that little bit of extra juice to take it in a better direction, a new direction, the same direction, faster, better, stronger.
And it's what you want to see out of any card game. You want to see the longevity of any hero, any sort of play pattern. You want to be able to play your hero, especially if your hero is... one of my favourite heroes is Teklo. And we all know how Teklo is at the moment. Mm-hmm. He's got his own tier. But me and Evan love our Teklo, but we're hoping one day we'll get some Teklo love. But that's one part about that we know we're going to get some Teklo love here. And so any hero that you choose to play, you'll get some support for it. LSS is always hearing out everything and always watching, which is great.
Yeah, and I think one interesting thing that's happened recently is there's been a little bit of a move away from specializations. It feels like
they're getting to the point where booster sets aren't really specialised, or they don't provide the specialisation, that's something you'd look more to the armory decks or some other kind of release for specialisations. And I think that's really good because that grows the utility of the booster sets to apply to more heroes rather than when you'd open up a card and if you didn't play Bravo, you just set the Starstruck to the side because it just wasn't for you.
Exactly. Even like with Hunted, what they've done with some of their, as people call them, like pseudo specializations for Syndra and Fang, being Fire and Brimstone and Wrath of Retribution, is they've made them legendary but class talent specific.
Yeah.
So they feel like a specialization because obviously they're the best. They work with those two heroes the best. But eventually down the line, we might get another Draconic Ninja that uses daggers, or another Draconic Warrior that uses daggers. That can benefit off those.
Absolutely. Yeah. What about Ring of Roses? Is that specialty?
Let me get up.
On the left, yeah.
No, I think that's also a legendary Verdance specialization. Yeah. But even that as well, offering still a super, very unique card for the hero, but not too powerful with the legendary subtext.
All right, and it looks like we're all set up here and ready to go. Look at that. You've got that beautiful Marvel crown for the Gravy, setting up with the gold off turn 1. And we see the Dash player lead out here. And what's that? Is that the...
That's a Teklo Pounder.
Teklo Pounder, okay. So it's going to be a hard-hitting, heavy punch kind of game. That 36 life start. Dash ignoring that and looking to send the pain.
A very good way to start the game here for Dash. One of the best turn 1 cards you can have in that hand, and sort of just pitching those awkward cards you don't want. And hopefully setting up for a turn where you can just go straight to the face, as Dash wants to do. As you can see, got Crown of Providence, Goliath Gauntlet to make those throttles, Max Vs a little bit stronger. Got the Achilles boosters just to get that extra action point at instant speed here, and obviously the Teklo Foundry Heart, the key card, the key chess piece for all Dash players here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and the Gravy player looking to set up for future turns with gold coming out immediately. Okay, and the crown comes into block.
I think that is as they say, the new CNCs. Eight go again, looking to threaten Arsenal, blocking with the crown to protect the Dash's Arsenal here, or not even protect the Arsenal, to sort of send a card under.
Yeah, interestingly, the Dash player has chosen to leave the Arsenal in place, and it looks like maybe just absorbing the damage. Yeah, happy to let that Arsenal go. Pulse Wave Harpoon gone, and taking 6.
Absolutely, yeah. The Pulse Wave is very hard to see here. To go to the bin because it's such a very good card, especially in Gravy. Forcing those blues out to stop them from being able to play an ally that turn can be quite pivotal.
So I'm a bit confused, Matt. Why do you, as the Dash player there, why do you let your Arsenal die here instead of cycling the Arsenal?
In all honesty, I wouldn't know. I'd definitely be sinking the Arsenal there, especially if you know what's on top here, which I think was a T-Bone. I think T-Bone's quite a good card to have in the hand as 0 boost, but it could have been a blue T-Bone, so that one attack.
But I don't get it. I mean, it's strictly better to get rid of the Arsenal there because either way you're getting the card off the top. All that has happened here is he's lost a card. He's gone out to 4 cards instead of 5. And he's put the card, whatever card it was in hand, on the bottom.
Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not too sure there. Potentially, he might have some tech that we don't know about here. But I would definitely be sinking that card there. Pulse Wave is such a good card, so you want that back in the deck straight away, and you also want to have that 5-card hand to be more aggressive as Dash.
Yeah, sure. All right, well, we'll leave that as one of the mysteries for the game. So Dash just sending damage here. One attack getting the Pounder boost, and then coming in with the Zipper hit afterward. Utilising that resource base so effectively for the Dash player, Teklo Foundry Heart providing an extra 2 resources.
And coming in with the weapon here, Symbiosis Shot, one of the in my opinion, one of the best weapons in the game, offering so much value with any item-based deck, especially Dash here, and just able to, if you can get multiple action points, swing in multiple times, it just makes blocks quite awkward to go through, or even to start or end a chain as well. Looking to send another boat, it seems. These boats are coming in quite pivotal here. They're very strong cards. 8 go again, art with 2 blues, very good. And Call to the Grave to, I think that's a Rigor Mortis?
Yeah, Rigor Mortis on field.
And Hook and Hook making the gold on the Rigor Mortis, coming in for 6 here.
Okay, and this is a very aggressive game. We're not seeing any defensiveness from either player really at this stage. There's just it's just pounding away, if you like.
Teklo pounding away, as they would say on the Dash terms.
Absolutely.
But Dash is one of those decks that just can push out damage. Max V is one of those cards you've got to respect and just be careful of here. But Gravy is pushing that, pushing the tempo at the moment, making it very hard for a Dash to sort of be able to have those explosive turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for the benefit of the viewers here, we're bringing you Table 9, Gary Mantattan versus Lewis Shum. And both players here are fighting for probably top 16 by the looks of things. So Gary in 17th place on 7 wins. And Lewis sitting on 24th place, also on 7 wins. So I don't think 8 wins is going to be enough at this point to make the top 8, with currently 16th place being occupied by another player on 8 wins. So yeah, the best case scenario here is that you're going to be the top or the bottom of the 8 wins bracket as the winner of this match.
Still fighting for a place in top 24. A lot of players here are playing to just better themselves, getting that skill and that skill expression as well, and wanting to prove that they can do well.
Yeah, very much so, and there's a really positive atmosphere here. Most of the players here know each other, have played each other oftentimes because of the various pro quests and skirmishes and road to nationals, etc. So it's a very small and tight community here, and really positive spirit in the games. Not seeing many judge calls at all. The game's going beautifully, and look, everyone's just here happy to be playing Flesh and Blood.
And that's where you want to be, in all honesty. One of the best parts about, again, this game is the community and playing the game. The game is so fun, especially when you're playing with someone you know, or even playing with someone you don't know, and you have a chat with them, get to know what they think about Flesh and Blood, what their deck does. You get to know a little bit about everyone and a bit of their story behind why they found Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Gold Hook coming in on the block there. The Dash player really testing here the blocking integrity of the Gravy. Pulse Wave Harpoon coming down as well. But still not able to pull cards out of the Gravy hand because both players are looking just to swing back on their own terms.
We've got a Spark of Genius, I think grabbing another Cerebellum processor here. Probably looking to crank it to get another card, potentially to Arsenal, and then swing the weapon.
Yep, exactly as you said.
And has a draw of Spark of Genius as well, so potentially able to continue the chain a little bit further, to be a bit more aggressive here. It's got 3 items on the Symbiosis shot.
And that looks like a system reset in hand. Obviously a key card for the Dash IO, and really was able to be abused with that high octane back in the day.
their system reset, providing a lot of value here. Or I think actually, I have to bias update actually. Again, another one of those cards that just adds a lot of value to the dash plan, giving +3 to your next attack, and also if you boost an item off the top, getting that cheeky extra action point. Because you don't, it's all free, doesn't cost anything there, and it's also 2 or less, meaning you can get your Teklo Pounders for free.
Yeah, so important. I mean, this deck, much like the old Prism of old, is all about putting things on the field and just getting so much utility off its action points, and really testing those defenses for the gravy, seeing all the equipment come out this turn, and the rigor mortis dealt with. Very effective management of the board state here. You see it's only a 5-point life cap now despite the aggression, but gravy left with 2 cards in hand and looking pretty thin.
With it looks like to be no allies in bin. Pitching a Chum, one of those cards again that just offers so much value for a gravy player. The redirection, the huge life, the 4 attack for no resources. What can't it do?
Yeah, quite useful in this matchup because not many attacks with 6 power on the dash side. Probably with the Teklo Pounder you can get there, but once the Teklo Pounder's gone, 6 HP means probably 2 cards. So
absolutely,
Chum can really reset the balance of this game.
And pitching also a Sea Legs, another new card that a lot of Brute players are picking up, and a lot of Gravy players are starting to see a lot more, and allowing you just to have those extra go again for your cards here. And obviously, as Gravy, you draw and discard a card, so you want to discard this every time.
Yeah, and cards like Sea Legs just really pushing the design space where a card can have so much utility. I mean, look at what this card does. It's got 3 block. It's yellow pitch, it's 6 attack, it's discarding and it's creating Gold Kiss. The card can do so many things, and that's so important for decks these days to have cards that are versatile.
Absolutely, yeah. And Dash opening up with this Boom Grenade, one of the fundamental cards of Dash.io.
Yeah, Boom Grenade with Teklo Pounder, and he's got the T-Bone in there, so that's quite nice right here because it's probably going to get one of these equipment. Yep, so you're going to see the hook thrown in.
The Boom Grenade is one of those cards that you see and you have to sort of respect. 4 damage out of nowhere is very scary.
Absolutely. It's one of those cards that sometimes you just got to soak it up because you know it's going to get there.
And Gold-Baited Hook, one of the new equipment from High Seas that offers Gravy an exponential value, because all your allies have this on hit now, then you have to block them. Or your boats have an extra on hit that you got to block. It just demands respect.
Very good. And I mean, most importantly here, because it's battle worn, Gary can afford to keep just putting it in front of those T-bones. He's not really getting dragged in like Lewis may want him to be, but if Lewis can bring another T-bone into the chain, then it could be the dead threads at risk.
Double T-bone is one of the best things you can do in Dash. I've done it many times against a lot of Zen players, and they were not happy about that. Forcing them to use their blade break equipment is really good here, and taking that dead threads would be a huge advantage for Dash here.
Alright, so it looks like Gary's just pausing here on the defensive play, deciding whether or not he's going to absorb any damage from this.
This Boom Grenade will change the tide into Dash's favour if this does connect, because this is coming in for 5, I think it is.
Yeah, 5 damage, but it's worth 9 after that Boom Grenade. And crucially getting 2 cards here out of Gary's hand, so Gary really getting tested here on the defence.
Closing the change, it seems, to activate Teklo Foundry Heart. Another card to sort of clear those top cards, is to hopefully find something a little bit better for Dash.
Okay, and what have we got here?
That is a outpace, I think it is. Outpaced. So it can't be defended by equipment, which is I don't think Gravy wants to be doing anyway. But one of this card adds so much value as a 1 for 4, can't be defended by equipment. So that second chain, on the second chain, it does make it very scary sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be defended by equipment is important here because while you don't see Gravy doing that, it is triggering the boom grenade here. So 8 points of damage, and we're almost into the single digits here. Both players very close to the end.
And see, it has found a backup protocol off the top of the library. I think it's a backup protocol
Backup red, yep, and it's going to be activated straight away. He does still have action points here, so he'll be pushing a bit more damage by the end of this turn. What's he going to choose? Probably the biggest one he can find and pay for. Looks like a super hit.
Yeah, I think that was a throttle there.
Okay, so taking 6 damage.
It looks to be a throttle red coming back. Another one of those cards that just offers so much value for Dash. Dash has a lot of these vanilla boost X damage cards, but throttled red is just one of those cards you've got to respect a little bit here. But the Gravy player is hoping to have a crackback of a turn here with the 2 cards here.
And again, you're seeing that weapon do exactly what we thought it would. Just managing the board state, clearing out the allies. So effective for the Dash player. So this game getting really close here, 7 to 10.
Oh, I see there is a max V in the Dash player's hand. A very good card here to be in this position, but it looks like he has only one. He's got 1 item and 2 cards there. It's going to be really awkward for the max V here.
Yeah, it would all depend on what Max is able to, what Gary's able to come back with here.
Max V, one of those cards that is only good if you can get it off, but it's a really good block here and also a really good surprise for Prism.
Okay, so Gary sitting on an attack and Lewis just deciding what he can defend with here. And Gary clearly going to a lot of effort to make his deck look beautiful. A lot of those treasure cards filling out the slots and the Marvel allies. It just looks beautiful. I mean, this deck is one to really treasure.
Absolutely. I do know Gary myself, and I definitely know he's been hunting for all these new treasure packs. But the amount of cards that come through these treasure packs, he's finding hard to find. A lot of people want to hold on to these shiny cards because they look gorgeous.
Alright, and Pulse Wave to lead us off here. Not getting the maximum effect from it, but it doesn't matter. It's just 4 damage at this point. 4 over 7. That's where you want to be.
Absolutely. The 4 damage, it's just 4 damage at this point. Still threatening, looking to grab 1 card. And the Dead Threads.
Okay, so the Dead Threads is in here. So Gary knows that this is a pivotal turn that he's got to block out to have a chance at fighting back. And this will be an interesting calculation for Lewis here, whether or not he can get to that point where he can break through.
And it looks like there was an item on top of his deck there. I think it was a boom grenade.
So Lewis here doing the math, figuring out whether or not he's got enough pitch to afford to get the card he wants, play the boom grenade, and push that damage through.
Very scary position for Gravy at the moment as well. Just with that low life, you never know when the boom grenade's going to come.
All right, there it is.
It's where you want to be as Dash, especially if you can cheat out a boom grenade on the hit. They don't block, no D-reacts. It's very scary to be. Now he's threatening lethal here with any boost card that comes from him.
Okay, and that was another boom grenade up top. Alright, so we see the backup protocol coming out again. And that will get an attack. And if nothing else, he's getting all the cards from Gary's hand, so he's able to control the pace of the game here.
Absolutely.
And remember, this turn Gary's put their dead threads in play, so next turn it's going to be that little bit harder.
And Zipper hit coming in for 5 with the boom grenade on the backhand there with 2 action points, so he's definitely going to be doing at least 4 damage here.
Yeah, 5. Such an ugly number.
It's very hard to see here. I think Gravy's got an ally in hand as well.
He does indeed. He's going to have to cycle through that gold, but he's already looked at the top card, and I think he knows he's not getting any juice here.
Potentially another ally on top, which is going to make this turn even worse.
So he could be looking at the boom grenade staying on the field. Okay, so the attack action's blocked, boom grenade's offline, Symbiosis comes in, it's blocked, Gary's out of cards. As we thought, he had to cycle that gold, try and get a defensive card, which he was able to access, survive the turn, but boom grenade gone, and this is just going to be a straight push now. Lewis is going to push card after card, and this is a lot like the finishing moments of any fab game these days, be it Ninja, Dash. Every card that bites for 4 is 2 cards.
It's going to get... Gravy is in the danger zone at the moment here. Dash is just going to be pushing damage, and it looks like Dash has a very clean hand of zeros.
Yeah, Gravy Bones is pretty close to being cooked and made into a soup of broth.
A good bone broth will always help the soul, and Gravy's looking to be that soon. Now Dash will just keep pushing through with 3-3. It's going to demand respect from the Gravy here.
Okay, and Gary lets one through, so down to 4.
He's 2-2 because he took that 2 from the Symbiosis shot last turn.
Yep.
So very, even more pivotal damage now.
Okay, so 2 life, scary place to be. Every single card demands a card.
This is going to be a zipper hit. Coming in for... These white borders make it hard to tell what kind of color it is.
Yep.
But a blue zipper hit is still is 3, yellow is 4, and red is 5. So still some very decent numbers. Still scary numbers here.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter at this point. He's got to give him a card.
And he still has the weapon as well.
Yeah, I think Gary is looking at his hand and he probably knows. And each time he has to dig further with that gold, he's only got 1 left. Or is it 2? No, that's 1 gold left.
Taking
right.
1, so that's a zipper hit yellow. Demanding 1 more card. Playing an item off the top to get another action point to swing in with the Symbiosis shot again. No, he's keeping the item around. Teklo, Teklo, I forgot the card name. Teklo Heart.
Teklo Core, yeah.
Teklo Core.
Okay, and you see a beautiful hand there for Lewis. I think this is done, team. I don't think there's any way around this.
T-Bone. But Lewis has drawn an item in the hand. It being a cerebellum process, very good, can draw him a card, but it's a bit of a awkward card here if you don't have the extra added action points here. That's a boom grenade off the top here, so he might be able to cheat this out and draw another card.
Okay, crucially here, the Gravy's out of gold, so he no longer has any options around cycling his hand where he's got allies, and I think that might be one.
I think he does have an ally in hand as well, yes. The Marvel ally is very distinctive, beautiful as they can be, but unfortunately the imagery doesn't help him here.
All right, so breaking the chain here and getting that value out of the Tickler Foundry Heart. More pitch, more actions. All right, T-bone on top, cerebellum in hand.
He's pushing. He's still got about 3 to 4 actions here, depending on what he gets. He's got 2. He can swing the weapon twice.
Yeah, and as we've talked about this weekend, even if the Gravy player's left with an ally in hand, it's so hard to make use of because you can't cycle it. But there you go. You see the Dash IO is able to push that last bit of damage and crush the Gravy bones into a fine powder.
Excellent plays from the Dash IO here, using the weapon to its maximum here, clearing the allies, swinging 2, threatening for every turn here. The boom grenades were perfectly placed as well, so it's been a fantastic game here from Dash IO. Gravy did his best there, but I think Dash was just a little too quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well played by both players, but in the end, that relentless force of Dash, just too quick. Lewis came in with a great game plan, just speed through and put the pressure on, and Gravy wasn't able to withstand that pressure. It's just too strong.
No, Dash boosting to another win.
Nice one. All right, well, we'll see you very shortly for the top 8 announcement. There is still 20 minutes left in the round, but we will bring you the top 8 once it's available.
Easy guys, have a good one.
Bye now. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are going to bring you the first of our quarterfinals with Sam Sutherland versus Justin Lim. We've got Evan Bicknell here with us as a guest commentator.
Hello. Good to be here.
All right, Evan, you've had a look over the list. What would you say? What's the standout features for this match?
So the standouts to me are the 9 D-reacts that are in, or defense reactions that are in Sam's list, as well as the 3 mental blocks. And they stand out to me because, of course, we're looking to try and retain damage against the Kasai and trade very efficiently, which those D-reacts are going to help. From Justin's list, I am only seeing 2 Command and Conquers, which means that Sam should be able to use his defense reactions pretty comfortably and not get punished for arsenaling them too much.
CNC has been one of the best cards in the game forever now, and has shown its value and power today. As we saw Demos before, using I think 6 times in one game. But having the less D-reacts, less CNCs in the Kasai list, it's probably more of a value for Kasai, correct?
Yes, for sure, it definitely is. Another card that I love to see in Kasai lists are the Nourishing Emptiness. Now, unfortunately, I have a hunch that it might not be sided in this matchup because of the amount of defense reactions that the Verdance has, as well as the likelihood of Sam presenting the Bark Skin. It's likely that Sam will present the Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree, which will allow him to put a non-attack action and the Bark Skin in front of the Nourishing Emptiness. So unless Justin is really hunting to try and get that armor, I don't know whether he'll be running that card or not.
And Sam is, again, one of the players that you've got to be careful of. Showing his expertise in the last few rounds, through draft, through CC. It's one of those players you've got to have to be, and Justin Lim is going in pretty strong here, facing off him straight away. How do you find the Kasai versus Verdance matchup?
From my experience, I think the Verdance is quite favored. They get to deny a lot of copper and gold generation. All right, which does kind of reduce the power of some of Justin's cards. We're talking Blood on Her Hands and the Raisin Army, both key cards that are kind of crucial to punching through Verdance's defense.
And I see that Kasai is running a 1 copy of Performance Bonus.
Performance bonus.
Yeah. Do you reckon that's just a gravy tech, just to sort of clear out an ally to get another goal to obviously progress the game for Kasai?
Yeah, so I think that the performance bonus is fantastic. Because you kill an ally, you get a gold, and you get to a strong Raisin Army sooner. And I think once Kasai gets to raise an army against Gravy, they just get to the board state duty just becomes so much easier for them.
Absolutely. And raise an army is a really key card for Kasai here. Trading allies, like you said, just adding that extra pressure with the Centauri swords plus for free, plus the Cell swords as well. Provides a crazy turn for Kasai here, and which can pressure Verdance, but like we have been saying all day and actually all weekend, Verdance is one of those heroes that is winning until she's hit 0.
Yeah. Man, Storm Striders in a Wizard deck, that card just does some really powerful things.
Does everything the Wizard needs.
Yeah. So, in Sam's sideboard here, we see the Stonewall Gauntlet. How relevant do you think that'll be this game?
Stonewall is the one that prevents 1 damage per chain link, or for each attacker's chain link, correct?
The combat chain.
Yeah. I think that can be pretty good, but Kasai obviously doesn't swing too wide. But obviously, if you have those Cell swords out, it does make them a little worse here for it. But I've also seen in Sam's list the Talus Sharp.
Ah, yes.
So, do you know anything about that?
So a lot of Verdances are currently running a very attack heavy list currently, right? So we're seeing a very low amount of actual non-attack actions in their decks, aside from maybe some of their blues. right? So in the red suite, we're only seeing, or the red and I guess non-color suite, we're only seeing like Burn Bear and Pulsing Ether life in the red. So we're seeing like quite a little amount of arcane damage sources coming in the red color. So what that kind of implies to me is that he actually gets a lot of value out of running the Talishar and swinging that Talishar at allies, seeing he doesn't have the red spells to do like red spell, wing, moon, and that kind of thing very often.
I do like the idea of it because we saw just before in Madeline's list when she was versing Damien that she had a lot of evergreens. Very good attack and allows her to go into that end game where it just from Arsenal, it goes back to the library, hitting for 7, threatening that break point. So his Verdance becoming a little bit more physical attack heavy and having the arcane on the back foot?
It certainly seems that way, especially because it feels that Verdance doesn't have like the arcane like damage to kind of deal with allies the way that maybe a deck like Acilio would be able to with his shocks. So it definitely feels like the correct approach, and the red evergreen for 7 is such a great way to like deal with Whaler Humperdinks.
Yeah.
Seeing as that 7 breakpoint is like incredibly valuable.
No, I do love the Verdance shift of change recently. Went from combo to a bit more mid-rangey, now going to a bit more physically aggressive. And I think we're going to see that here through Sam and Madeline as well. Just their whole shift of Verdance now. Being able to be a very flexible hero, providing nearly almost all coverage of damage, all damage coverage with the like Talishar text, the Everburn text. But how do you think Verdance is going to represent today? Do you reckon she's going to make it all the way?
I think like with the 2 Verdances that we have in top 8 today, it has like a really good chance. The Verdances are paired into, of course, we see the Kasai that's on stream currently, and then there's a Verdance against a Acilio game in the background here at Nationals. Now, the Verdance Kasai is relatively favored for the Verdance, which is promising. But the Verdance Acilio can go either way, depending on how well practiced this Acilio player is. From my perspective, I feel like if Acilio knows that they're on a very attack action based Verdance list,
yep.
I think the Acilio can do some really crazy things because they don't need to respect arcane damage as much. Which leads me on, with these attack heavy Verdance decks, do you think that some decks that don't want to run many sources of Arcane Barrier are not being punished for it?
I think so. Like the best example was again earlier today, where Demos has brought in 2 pieces of AB gear against Verdance, as you would.
Yep.
It's a wizard. It's going to do a lot of arcane damage here. Burn Bear's a scary card.
Yep.
Can do AB4 with the 2 assassin AB equipment here, but there was no arcane damage. There was just the threat of arcane damage, but no arcane. It was just 7/7/7. So I do think the Verdances are getting away with a little bit extra.
Yep.
But I think once people catch on again, Verdance is a very flexible deck. You'll see Verdance change once again to adapt.
Yep.
Yeah, and I spoke to Damien after that match, and he said he got lucky because Madeline blocked with the Burn Bear, so he felt like he dodged a bullet there. That she deliberately chose to leave the arcane off the table, and that was a positive for Damien.
Absolutely.
So, this Kasai they're just about done with sideboarding. The Kasai has 1 source of AB, and that's the Nullrune Gloves. Now, to my knowledge, these players have seen each other's deck lists. Do you think Justin will present the Nullrune Gloves? Or do you think he will rather the 3 block from the Braveforge Braces, as well as the way to convert hands better?
I do think the block is becoming more important against Verdances.
Yep.
The arcane leaking is okay.
Yep.
But it's that end game you've got to worry about the arcane barrier. But even then, with Burn Bear, AB1's not going to do anything.
Correct.
You know, so I think the block value is going to provide a little bit more value here. But Kasai is a bit of a warrior and loves to hold a few cards back, so that AB could maybe save a little bit of extra damage throughout the game. But I think we're going to find out right here.
There it is, the Brave Forge braces.
Yeah, respecting the block now. The fellings, the plows, the fruits, the evergreens. I think you've got to respect it now.
Now, let's quickly see who has the turn 1 play. So we're just putting the Crown of Dominion Gold into play. Awesome stuff. They're finding a dice.
Too many options sometimes with these
Yeah,
dice.
yeah. So my thinking, Null Gloves helps insulate you against Waning Moon. Now, Kasai doesn't run many blues, but they do run some yellows. So you get to use a yellow to AB any arcane spell, as well as AB against the Waning Moon. So let's, in this case of a Pulsing Ether, perfect, there we go, that card there. They get to go 4 arcane and then 2. If you had AB1, you get to prevent 2 of that, just leaving you at a little bit of a higher life. Now, Justin's been forced to go down to 34 life.
Already.
Straight away. All right. Incredible stuff. So we've seen like an incredible turn, like first turn play from Sam. Fruits of the Forest, gain 2 life, Pulsing Ether. He's got 2 Earth cards in grave. He needs to put 1 more in there to start decomposing. All right.
He's gotten that 8 value off turn 1 as well, and hasn't gotten a card out of Kasai either.
A second Fruits. He's ready to decompose. He has 44 life. All right.
Very strong start from Sam here.
Completely uninteractable.
Absolutely, and but even then, if the Kasai won the Null runes, Kasai generally wants the yellows in the bin as well. I have Ophelia here, pitching for a Spoils of War.
Spoils one of those key combo cards, of course, that leads off such a strong start for Kasai.
Absolutely, and here Verdance will probably want to kind of respect the on hits here, because even though the Verdance has started off so strong, the Verdance doesn't want the Kasai to catch up at all.
Yeah. Now, is that a rampant growth in Sam's hand? Do you see that there?
Show us your card, Sam, one more time.
I think I caught a glimpse of a card that had life. Oh, so that's a Sharpened Senses. Now that's a card.
Providing a lot of because that gives +1 go again for the first attack for the both sword attacks this turn. So these swords are coming in for quite a large number here, and threatening some copper on hit, which is what Kasai loves.
Yeah. So Kasai, it either does the copper plan for blood on her hands, or the gold plan for raise an army. Which do you think will be more important in this game?
I feel the raise an army is very good here. Allowing to get sort of to mitigate some more damage from potentially Sam sending some cards at the cell swords here to threaten a wider chain, because Sam only can block 4 cards and he blocks 4 cards well. So if you can go that 4-5 wide with a cell sword and the 2 Centauris, I think you're going to be able to get through a lot of damage to start making Verdance sweat a little bit here. But obviously in the hand he has here, he's going with the copper plan to probably get a head start, and hopefully has something ready to go with it. Verdance taking some time to have a double check here, but this is what Sam does. Sam goes into the think tank, looks at his crystal ball, and see what he can do in the future.
Now, if we talked about the choice of weapon here, the Centauri Sabres, how effective is that against a list like Verdance, where attack actions aren't as present as, say, the likes of Syndra or Slippy?
I would argue that in this current meta, Verdance is running a lot of attacks, and a lot of them are 2-block attacks. So we got Cadaverous, Tilling, we have the Evergreens even a block 2, Fruits of the Forest is block 2. So all of these cards, when put in the defending position, will increase that Centauri Sabre's damage by 1. Alright, now incredible stuff. We see that Stonewall Gauntlet put straight away, and that was a Pulsing Ether Life that I think I saw in Sam's hand earlier. Now, from the start of this game, I would have thought that the copper is a very scary thing, because it seems like this game is getting put into a super fast like tempo, seeing as how there's already a 10 health life deficit. Alright, but we've given up a Pulsing Ether, which is another source of what we would call like true damage, because it can't be interacted with, can't be prevented. However, having another glance at Justin's list, we do see 2 copies of Take It on the Chin. Just that little bit of prevention can help insulate a couple things.
And Kasai loves her go again.
And how important is it here that Sam's given up the Stonewall Gauntlet, first effective turn for Justin, and Stonewall's already off the field?
I think it's a fantastic play by Sam. Because 4 copper is kind of like the minimum you need to have a really powerful blood in her hands turn. Denying that 2 of that copper and just giving another 2 to Justin keeps him a little bit safer. I guess it's like super strong blood in her hands, and now Sam gets to buy a little bit more time until the second Spoils of War, where they threaten more copper generation. So,
And Sam's here with a plow under, getting rid of Justin's arsenal here. So Justin's stuck with a 4-card hand. Hopefully he's going to be able to put something together this turn now. Because again, I think against a Verdance, you just want to race as a warrior. You want to deal as much damage as you possibly can. The Centaurs do well, but obviously they require go again. That's the hardest part for Kasai, which Kasai can do very easily. With the draw swords, making this draw swords or drawing a card more so to make the swords free. How do you feel that Kasai is going to be on her average turns and her good turns?
Kasai's been known to be a very consistent hero. Lots of go again sources, lots of damage, lots of draw effects, is able to do these things very well. Now I think this plow under is only coming in for 2 damage because there are just the 3 cards in the banish zone currently. Now that was a rampant growth that we saw, so that might have influenced the way that Sam was able to block on that Spoils of War turn, and that kind of tells me a little bit about how Justin was able to secure that copper there. Luckily, there was a mental block earlier, so Sam gets the ponder, he does get an arsenal. Does he choose to put it in? Yes, he does.
Sam does be pondering. I've seen him ponder quite a lot, and he does it very well.
Yeah, if you've ever seen Sam Sutherland play, it's a classic posture. He's got his leg up on one, balanced on the other leg, and he can sit back and he looks like a thinking man straight out of the Midwest USA. He likes to sit back and ponder like that.
Like you said, he does have that crystal ball inbuilt into his head. He has to think about every single play he makes. But that is why Sam Sutherland is in the top 8. He takes those time. He takes the time to think about his turns and what his opponent can do here. But here as well, Justin Lin has made it to the top 8, so he is threatening someone that is of top skill here. And like I said, Kasai can pull this off here, even though Verdance start off so strong. I think Kasai can maybe pull something back here with a blood in the hand, a crazy blood in the hands turn, raise an army, something like that.
Yeah, and there's the Fabled from High Seas coming out. I think that's my copy of the Fabled that I've lent Justin this weekend.
Which is a Tropoldani, very good card here.
Awesome. So it's a relatively light turn. We've got a hit and run for go again, swinging the 2 Centauris. Pretty solid. No on hits here, nothing all that scary. Now, what is that card? What? So that's not a nourishing. Is that a performance bonus? Or is that just, no, that's an attack reaction.
You're buffing it to
So that's a +3, 0 cost attack reaction. What do we think that one is? That's a in the swing. Very nice.
In the swing,
In
yeah.
the swing. Awesome work. Punching through a little bit of damage there. Sadly, Sam had a Shelter from the Storm. Incredible card in this meta. But yeah.
The Hunted providing more and more value every time you play a new game with that.
Yeah. This is an incredible heads-up play. Sam chooses to play, I think it is Everbloom Life. Alright, and he chooses to put a card from Justin's deck on the bottom of the deck. So that's denying him that Kasai activation, hoping to stunt his gold generation just for a little bit longer. Incredible choice.
It is a very strong card. I think a lot of people didn't realize the potential of this card for the Earth Heroes. It doesn't do a lot, but when it hits certain cards, like you said, Kasai taking off the yellows or reds, even Gravy taking them off the ally, putting the ally to the back into the deck, is very strong. Like a lot of people saw it as gain 1 life, put a card back to your deck, but there's so much opportunity with that card, and Verdance is one of those heroes that can use it to the full effect.
I hadn't really thought about that until now. Now some of the decks that I like to play in my free time, I wouldn't like if Sam did that to me.
absolutely don't want your Singularity to be put back into your deck.
I'd love it to be put back into my deck. However, it's the Evos. I love Tackle of Awesome. My favorite deck. So, we see Justin cashing in his equipment nice and quickly. Alright, the Valiant Dynamos, incredible card. Seeing as Sam is on that attack action based Verdance,
So good.
Justin's going to get a lot of value.
Another one of those pieces of armor that are just so strong for warriors here, saving you 7 to 8 life throughout a game is very good, especially with these double hit heroes. We had Fanglon the other day, and we saw the just abuse of Valiant Dynamos from the Fang player. Always wanting to swing both daggers, always wanting to block with it. It's just one of those cards that is going to get immense value here.
And Gorganian Tome leading the turn out for Justin into another Spores of War. So he's going to try and push some damage through here.
Gorganian Tone setting up his turn to have his sword to activate for free with a Spoils of War. Like you said, I think he's going for a big turn here.
I hope so. I think this copper is super important. But this kind of turn makes me look at the Grains of Bloodspill. When you have that extra resources that you're not using, you get a hit, and you're going to be able to create those bigger tokens into your next turn.
Rain's another one of those warrior armor pieces that just provide everlasting value throughout the game.
And there's Mental Block coming out to, again, provide a little bit of extra coverage.
Sam is pondering once again, it seems like, on his next turn. And he's going to raise an army here.
Now, this is interesting.
Yeah, those allies could be quite important because Verdant's not a deck that's well known for taking out allies and going to the breadth.
So this is where those excess resources were going this turn, into those cell swords. Justin's got them nice, shiny promo cell swords, I think they are. Looking very good.
A lot of players today having all their decks max rarity, looking beautiful. We had a max rarity Gravy just on before, max rarity Fang, and I think that's one of the best parts of Fab as well. The max rarity collectors here love to show off their shiny cardboard, and if not, at least they get to play with shiny cards.
That's right.
Yeah, the Melbourne players all take a lot of pride in their decks here, and you see a lot of stunning cards, stunning artwork that's really brought to the front with those marbles.
Absolutely. As you have here, myself and Evan both having a max rarity Teklo deck. Eventually it will be good, we promise.
So, I wonder how Sam's feeling right now, because Sam has looked at the Spoils of War turn, and he has thought, man, I do not want to give him any more copper this game. So I'm happy to block this out, try and use that mental block to cover it up, and then I feel that he would have been immediately punished by that Raisin army. Alright, so Sam's down on 2 cards in hand. Alright, we know Verdance doesn't clear those allies very well. Alright, now those 2 cards, if I had to predict, are probably an attack.
Yes, making these cell swords coming basically for free. That 6 damage with no problems, and he's obviously threatening the last attack here with another sword.
And that's a hit and run. I think that's red into the sword for 5. Now, that Spoils of War is still active, so will Sam choose to take this damage and deny the copper? Or will he choose to try and play a little bit more aggressively to start dealing with those cell swords?
Kasai really using the extent of her cards here very well. Into a spoils, into a sword, into a raising army, into 2 cell swords, into sword again, is making those blocks really hard.
Yeah, such a high level of efficiency for the Kasai there. And exactly as you said, Evan, you saw Sam, he does not want to give any copper away.
Luckily, he's got that Ponder token. He still keeps a little bit going. Now, that was an Arcane Twining and a Burn Bear that we saw taken out of the deck to block that second Centauri. Now, that means that there is now 6 less effective true damage in Sam's deck. Alright, which means we have seen 2 Pulsing Ethers in the graveyard and 1 Burn Bear. Now we do see Plume of Evergrowth on Sam's side, so there is the opportunity for him to buy back that Pulsing Ether if it is still in his graveyard and he hasn't decomposed it, to try and get that last, it would be 7 damage in with that Pulsing Ether.
Yeah, and that just shows how important that copper is, because Sam doesn't want to let go of those cards, but giving Justin the copper is even worse.
That's right.
And these sellswords make are threatening that Blood of No Hands turn to be even more threatening. So those coppers are becoming more and more valuable the longer this game goes on. And I think Justin's going to try and push to get that copper plan going, like we said before, plus the swords, plus having the Centaurs as well, is going to make setting up for an explosive turn potentially here.
Now, this hand seems a little bit weird to me because we've seen the draw swords and we've pitched 2 cards. So this implies to me is that is a in the swing pitched, and is that a, what do we think that attack reaction is? Is that an attack reaction? Let's have a little quick look here. Now, I do see the yellow there. That does look like it's a yellow. So that could be a Blade Runner. That looks like a Blade Runner, or that could be a run through there from the looks. That looks like the art for run through. So that's going to give that go again and swing that second sword. So the run through does give +2 to the next sword attack, so that makes complete sense, and we do see it very clearly in the grave now. So opting to not swing the Centauri sellswords this turn, seeming to be lacking a little bit in resources, having to give up 2 cards for the draw swords. Now Sam's still filling that grave with lots of earth cards. That is a Heartbeat of Candlehold. Now Heartbeat is a scary card once Verdance is online.
Absolutely. And paired with Ring of Roses as well. One of those cards that just provide endless value throughout the game. But as we see here, Sam going down the standard Verdance route, pitch of blue, swinging for an attack.
Yep. Is that really the signature Verdance line?
Absolutely.
It has been this weekend.
It has been this weekend. It's been to block 2, swing, pitch of blue, swing attack, where it's a Felling, Plow, Cadaverous, any of those valuable cards there, and just forcing cards out of your opponent's hand, making them awkward blocks here, to leak a bit of damage here. Obviously, as Verdance gets you down to that lower life, that 10 life is very scary for any player, especially with no AV, because as you said here, he's got 1 burn. We've seen 1 burn bear, and that burn bear is representing 6 natural was it true damage?
True damage.
True damage. So it is a very scary place to be against a Verdance player at a lower life.
Yeah. Now, the Verdance isn't dealing with the sellswords. Now, seeing as Kasai doesn't run many blues, do we think that Sam just thinks, I don't care about the sellsword. I want to continue hitting face and trying to see where the sellswords will actually come out, because we've seen in this turn, Justin didn't get to swing either of them.
Correct. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think the sellswords are becoming less and less more valuable here. The less and less he uses them. And I think Sam's starting to pick up on that. Returning back with a CNC while Sam has last order is a very good turn. We haven't seen a lot of D-reacts, so this could be a very pivotal CNC here. CNC again proving just to be one of the best cards in the game, showing every player that CNCs are always going to be worth their value, no matter when or how you play them.
That's correct. So I remember that Sam has used the Sink Below last turn, and has used 1 or 2 Shelters from the Storm. So that leaves Sam at, I think, 60 reacts left in deck. And I think I saw a mental block in his hand. So that leaves him, so that should be his last mental block, as he's used 2 already. So those reaction and or like defense tricks that Sam has in his deck are slowly running out. And Justin hasn't activated Kasai once this game.
Yes.
So he still has lots of gold to be able to generate. And have you seen the Blade Flurry?
No. And Blade Flurry is a very good card here for Kasai. So I think Justin is potentially trying to Arsenal This is Arsenal a card for value to set up for a very big turn here. And trying to force some cards out of Sam's hand or Arsenal as well.
Now, just quickly, I want to point out, how close has the life equalized to now?
Yeah, it started off with quite a big gap, but we see those cell swords, they've done some work. He's been able to level up very quickly, and if I'm Sam here, I'm feeling under quite a bit of pressure. But here's a felling.
So that is the Command and Conquer takes out the CNC, and Sam opts to take the damage and swing a felling. Now, it does seem that Sam has a card in hand, so there may be the symmetrical effects from felling taking play this turn.
Yeah, and I suppose Sam at this point is willing to do that to just get some tempo back and slow Justin down a little bit.
Again, felling one of these cards are proving just how strong Earth can be with these cards. And one card 11, slowing down the game, especially against a warrior player where you don't want to have less cards in hand. You sort of want to be able to utilize all your attack, your actions and reactions as well.
Now, is Kasai the only hero in the top 8 that doesn't have a talent? What about Victor? Victor doesn't have a talent either.
Victor doesn't have talent.
Heavy hit is coming back, swinging big. I respect it. We have one warrior, one guardian, one brute. Leviah
brute.
doesn't quite count, but Leviah is a very cool deck. And brutes were in heavy hitters, so I'm really happy to see those things coming back.
Very diverse top 8 here. 2 Verdances, 1 Victor, 1 Leviah, 1 Syndra, 1 Kasai, and what was the...
We said Acilio?
And Acilio.
I love that Acilio. So we see Unsheathed into the...
Oh, and a Slippy as well.
Ah, that's right.
I forgot the Slippy. Slips through the crack. Aye.
And just to bring you the results from one of the other matches, Nick Butcher has defeated Sean Lau. So Syndra is progressing, and Victor Goldmane will be going home and crying to daddy.
Now, that's a bit of an upset.
Absolutely.
I thought Victor would be favored in that one.
Absolutely, yeah. Unless Nick was ready for the Guardian matchup with some tech that we don't know about.
So that changes things. Now that there's a Syndra that's made it into the top 4, that changes up the dynamic of our top 4 bracket a lot.
Absolutely.
All right, I was expecting a Victor, 2 Verdances, and either a Slippy or Leviah.
Very, very crucial change here. As Syndra is a very impressive deck here in the aggro section. Does Syndra provide some difficulty for Verdance?
I think so. A lot of those flick effects can be quite irritating for Verdance players, and Verdances, because they're dealing a lot more physical damage now, they don't get to punish Syndras for being so redline. Now, it lets Syndra run, of course, no Arcane Barrier, which I think is the absolute correct choice, but it certainly does shake things up a little bit there.
Is that why you're seeing so many mental block come in now, Evan? Because of the likes of Flick Knives? Just those 2 prevention effects. They've been very popular in the last few sets with the recent metas.
So, I think Mental Block is an incredibly strong card regardless of whether it was being used for flick effects or not, because it prevents 2 and it gives you a Ponder. Now, it almost replaces itself. So I'd be inclined to say mathematically that card is like a 1-card 5. You use it to prevent 2 and you get to draw a card. So as long as you're using your cards in your hand very efficiently, that card is incredible.
Is there any risk of fatigue with a card like that? Because you are, like you say, you're trading into 2 cards, but you are you're getting 5 value out of it. But you are taking 2 cards out of the deck effectively for that 5 value.
So you discard it and you draw a card through the Ponder, right? So yes, you are churning through cards a little bit more quickly, but being able to use that card to maintain tempo just a little bit more is what I think is it's really powerful. Because all of a sudden, let's say if you have your hand and you have no cards in Arsenal and you block 3, you block with a mental block, you essentially prevent 5 damage and you create a ponder, if you swing a Felling of the Crown and you send 8 damage and you make your opponent put a card from their hand on the bottom of the deck, and then you ponder, you've done 8 damage, you've taken a card from the opponent, you've blocked 5, and you have a ponder.
Very good value. Very good value.
That 5 block, 8 damage is, if my math is right, that is 13. Then you put your opponent's card on the bottom, which people generally attribute to around 3 points of value. Alright, so that's 16. And then of course you have that ponder, which some people assume a face down card is worth at least 3 points of value. So that is a 4 card 19.
Of course your math's right, Evan. You play Wizard, so your math's always right. We see now Plow Under, another key card coming through for the Earth Heroes.
And Kasai has actually leveled the playing field quite aggressively here. Kasai has leveled the playing field quite a bit here, 18 to 24, with a good Sellsword attack turn there. Again, Sam ignoring the Sellswords here.
Yep.
Discarding, yep. Just ignoring the Sellswords here, and maybe his downfall because of so. But Sam's team has to restabilize the field again.
So it seems that Verdance is online now, discarded that Fruits of the Forest and dealt that 1 Arcane, and that's going to be even more crucial to how Sam buys his way back into the game. Now, did Justin have an Arsenal when Sam casted the Plow Under, or played the Plow Under?
I did miss it, unfortunately. We were very deep in the conversation about math and mental block, but if so, I think that value is still there. Even if he didn't have an Arsenal there, the 6 damage coming through is quite pivotal for this sort of game as well. 6, 7, 8 is a scary number for a warrior, and like I said, Verdance doesn't want to go down to 10. Kasai doesn't want to go down to 10 life against Verdance, because that's the sort of area Verdance is best at killing, that killing range.
Yeah. So there's the blood on her hands, and Justin has activated a gold this turn, so the swords are free. Now, I wonder what he'll be choosing. Now, it may seem unclear, but what do you think is the choice here for blood on her hands? As a reminder, blood on her hands. I'm thinking there are 3 choices, and you can choose each of them twice. You can choose to give your swords +1, or target weapon +1 this turn. Go again while attacking this turn, or attack twice this turn. Now, I'd imagine it is probably going to be attack twice and go again to a single sword.
Absolutely, because Centauri Sabers get the +1 if they're blocked by a action point for the turn, correct?
Correct. Attack action, yeah.
So this is going to be, if he's going wide, it is only 2 wide, or 2 damage, but if Sam blocks, these daggers are going to get bigger and bigger for each block.
For sure.
And then he also has to worry about the Centauri daggers, the Centauri Sabers as well. So coming in for quite a large turn here. This is the turn that I think Kasai's been looking for.
So that looked like a saber, sellsword, saber, saber turn. So it was that go again and that swing twice. Now, incredible turn, and Justin finishes with an Arsenal. So we saw Sam finish there, and Justin had a card to Arsenal. And he elected to play out the Ring of Roses.
Ring of Roses into a Warning Moon, it looks like.
So Ring of Roses, once again, the first time you deal arcane damage each turn, you gain 1 life.
Yep.
And then that 1 life then triggers the Verdance, so then you deal an additional 1 arcane.
Very good card, and especially the longer it sticks around, the more value you're going to get out of it, especially with no AB. So this is really, you gain 1 life, 1 true damage every time you do arcane damage, and believe it or not, their weapon does arcane damage.
That's right. So, as the life totals are coming a little bit lower, let's talk about the options Sam has for closing out this game. So of course we know the big Burn Bear. Alright, Burn Bear, Waning Moon, 9 arcane. Now, Pulsing Ether, Waning Moon, 7 arcane. Now, one of my favorite cards from back when Iceland was legal, Emeritus Scolding. a 2 power, or 2 cost, for 2 arcane when played during your own turn, 4 when it's your opponent's turn. So being able to Storm Striders, play that Emeritus Scolding, and then Waning Moon applies the same amount of damage that that red Pulsing Ether would do. So that gives Sam even more options.
So the chat poll just closed. 2/3 of the team favouring Sam right now, and 1/3 favouring Kasai. How do you feel about those odds, Evan?
I think that that's a little. It could very easily be shifted by how many blues or yellows the Kasai is drawing. So the way I see Kasai winning this game is by making use of those Centauri Cell Swords. Alright, now seeing as Sam's turn previously was a little bit lower than normal, playing the Ring of Roses, then the Waning Moon for 2 arcane with an extra 1 arcane ping off Verdance and 1 life. He has done two cards for points of value there. Now of course we know the Ring of Roses is going to accrue value over the course of the game.
Absolutely.
But that is still a slightly lower power turn, which can give Justin that little break he needs, alright, to send the Saber. We see 5 go again from Unsheathed, alright, and I think we'll see the Cell Swords all swung together again this turn.
Unsheathed, one of those great cards from Rosetta that just helped Kasai so much more as well. And providing just the extra damage and the go again for your first attack, allowing you to Cell Sword, to use your Centauri Sabers so well.
Alright, and just to keep you updated, chat, we've got another result in. So Madeline Southwood, who was top of the table, has defeated Osilio, Matthew Ongo's Osilio. So we will see 1 Verdance and 1 Syndra go through to the semi-finals.
Based on our breakers, or the way our top 8 is structured, does that mean that the Verdance is about to play against the Syndra?
Potentially here, especially if Sam is getting down to that last bit of game where he's going to whittle down the Kasai to that under 10 life goal here, and then send the Burn Bear.
So I can confirm, Madeline Southwood, the winner of our Verdance versus Osilio game, will be pairing into the winner of our match on stream here. So that could end up being a Verdance mirror, which we all know to be very engaging and exciting, and it's definitely not just healing potion, healing potion, healing potion combo. So that could be the case, unless Justin can claw it back. But it could be an uphill battle, because should Justin win, he has to go up against another Verdance.
He'll be warmed up at least for the third matchup for the next game as well. But this game is, again, Verdance is winning until she's hit 0 life. So it's one of those games where we can't really predict who's going to win here. Kasai is in a very favourable position here, providing so much damage and sending like the Cell Swords. Sam ignoring those Cell Swords, but still, Verdance can turn this game around very quickly.
So we see that Kasai activation into a Centauri Cell Sword, and there's a Blade Flurry. So starting to push through a little bit more damage. Now, did we see what gave that sword there go again?
Potentially, there's 1 card in the grave now.
So that's an in the swing, that looks like. So that's an attack reaction. Was that the previous sword?
Yeah.
That may have been.
4 go again, still very good here. I don't know if he's going to be able to capitalize off that though.
So it's looking quite favourable here to Justin. What does Sam need to do here to get this match back under control?
A lot of life gain. I'm looking at Heartbeat of Candlehold, gain 3 life, deal 3 damage, start balancing out those life totals.
And is that a health potion he's just played out?
That is.
Potentially going to be able to stabilize very well here. Potentially might be going on a combo plan as a backup, or just running the 1 or 2 health potions just to help him stabilize.
My concern now here is if Sam's put in 1 health potion, how many more has he put in?
Absolutely.
At 8 life, he is very vulnerable to a hand that doesn't block. We've already seen 1 rampant growth being pitched to the bottom, but 2 healing potions or 2 rampant growths could spell the death for him. All right. Justin didn't defend at all in the previous turn because it was just Waning Moon and that Ring of Roses ping. Or Ring of Roses gain a life into Verdance ping, sorry. And so that was only 3 points there. So Sam's turn's looking pretty weak. Justin's getting a big grip, and that is a blue in the pitch. Is that a gold? Activating gold. So that's that draw, so those swords are free. Now, should Justin find that go again source, this could be looking like a very easy 10 damage turn.
Absolutely, and again, these cell swords sitting there representing 6 damage on their own, while Justin has a full grip of cards and some resources left over and free swords. It's looking quite concerning here for the Verdance player.
Is Kasai just a better gravy? They've got allies.
That's a very, very hot topic right there. Gravy players, we're sorry to upset you today, but it could be true.
I think in the hands of somebody like Justin, that's true. I mean, Justin has been playing Kasai, I think, for the better part of 2 years. I don't remember seeing Justin with anything else in his hands for quite some time. He's really mastered this deck, and he brings it to every event with absolute confidence.
Absolutely, and you can see his skill with the deck here, being in a very pivotal position with 7 life total ahead, plus having a full grip here. He's playing very well to himself.
That's is that provoke?
That is a provoke.
What an upset!
Yeah,
Sam,
provoke, such a powerful card.
that is incredible.
Justin says, "Give me your hand. Let me pick your best card, so you can't play it."
There's a Felling there. Sam's got a Felling in his hand right now.
Ooh, just the kind of card that Sam needs to get back in the game. But seeing as he half-blocked the Centauri Saber with his armor, he does not want to be giving up an extra card to be over-blocking it. Alright. Now, Justin seemingly has, is that 3 cards or is that 2 cards in his hand? So he pitched that blue, he did a gold, so he should have 3 cards in his hand. I think, looks like it.
3 cards, yes.
Yeah, still 3 cards there.
So if there's a go again source there, we're looking at a Blade Runner. Maybe it could be Glint. If it is Glint, oh my goodness. Provoke into a Glint, giving that reprise trigger is very powerful.
Very good here, and like I said, go again into sword with an extra card. Kasai fueling herself just over and over again, just providing that extra threat, and now stealing a card from Sam here to force a block out, so his next few attacks are going to be harder to block out, and he's only on 8 life. Kasai can just clear that very easily.
There is that embodiment of Earth in play though here, so what could have been a couple blocks could be more blocks.
So team, just to bring you another update, Damien Moss has won in the other semi-final against Zachary Kauji. So we've got a Slippy going through to play against the Nick Butcher Syndra.
So I think we saw this actually earlier in Swiss. It wasn't on stream, but Damien and Nick have played. Now, unfortunately, I think that game did end up in Damien's loss there. However, Slippy into Syndra is a very winnable matchup. I'd be certainly interested to see how that game goes.
Absolutely. We haven't had a Syndra on this stream yet, and it's good that we've had, and Nick being one of the better Syndra's players I know, absolutely he has cooked me on Syndra a few times. And Syndra, again, just offering that crazy value with muscular momentum, drawing cards, throwing cards at your opponent every turn. And same with Slippy. Slippy can do the same with free go again on a lot of her cards, but the value of the assassin cards are exponential. You've got Leave No Witnesses, you have all the assassin stealth cards there, Kiss of Death, very good.
And let's just reflect for a moment on the quality of players we have here in the top 8. We've got 2 national champions, both Nick Butcher and Sam Sutherland. We've got multiple calling winners with Sam Sutherland and Nick Butcher again. There's such a high quality of players here in Australia, and it's really great to see everyone here playing such great games.
Absolutely. And every single one of them are fantastic people. They love to talk about their games, they love to talk about their mistakes, and they will always be wanting to improve your gameplay for you to be versing them in a top 8 or Australian Nationals like today.
Yeah, I think that's the thing I really admire about some of these players, is that they will walk you through how to beat them, how to be better, and they're such humble champions. It's something you don't see often, where people who are at the top of the game, they want to raise everyone up, and you really see that with some of the results that we've gotten now from some of the players that have gone overseas and done what they can at Pro Tour and Worlds.
Absolutely. Sam's still in the think tank here.
Ooh. All right, shelter coming out. Is that the last shelter?
I I'm unsure if that is that. I think that could be. But the real thing that I saw, that provoke, it forced him to discard that Rampant Growth. So we see a Rampant Growth top of the graveyard. Instead of putting an extra card in front of the Centauri's Saber, we discarded the Rampant Growth. Alright, so... how has he given go again? There might be a card underneath the provoke that I missed in our conversation, but we are seeing those Centauri Sellswords swinging in, fully blocked the first one. What about the second? There is still 5 more damage on the table at minimum.
Yeah, Justin really just layering on the pressure here, and Sam's not able to build up that board presence. He's leaking life here. It's looking pretty tough.
So is that second Saber coming in? No, it's not yet. We're just... combat chains can be misleading sometimes when you start attacking right, then left, then the middle.
Absolutely. It's just as bad as it's just as bad as playing lands in the front when you're playing Magic, but it's a skill expression. It might be a mental tactic that Justin's doing to throw Sam off, but he's still doing very well himself. And Sam going to 1 here, very scary.
Another felling sees the bin in defense.
So Sam has no cards in hand, 1 life.
1 card in hand, I think.
1 card in hand?
Yeah, it's 1 at the back there.
1 at the back there.
All right, he's going on the potion.
Potion, gain 2 life. All
Swings
right.
and swings.
Ring of Roses into Verdance triggers, and what does he have? What does he have? A Cadaverous.
Cadaverous, yeah, Cadaverous is good here, but it's not going to threaten any cards from Justin's hand. If Justin chooses to, he can just let this run through.
But if Justin does, alright, that means he could be going down into that lethal range. The Stormstrider's in a dream.
Absolutely. Sam does have Plume and Stormstriders up here as well, so able to sort of threaten a lot of damage, potentially lethal on Justin's next turn, if Justin takes his damage here.
That's what's so scary about these decks, is that you can feel like you're in such a prime position, but they're still holding so much firepower, and once the cards are on the table, these wizards, they're able to just go boom, and there's nothing you can do. Justin's got no responses at this stage.
So this Tilling has been decomposed. Now we do see 2 block left on our armor on Justin's side. This game is close. He could catch them in. Alright, but if he catches them in and takes 6, he's in that lethal range of 7. So even the Pulsing Ether or Emeritus Scolding can get him. So if I was in Justin's spot, you either force him to have those cards, or you probably have to put a card in front. So that is 2 cards.
2 cards in the Dynamo.
Dynamos. So we're taking 1 here, trying to stay nice and safe.
So the Dynamo continuing to show, it just blocks for so much. It's better than Carrion Husk. It blocks for what, 8, 10 across the course of the game.
I think Sam does have a Tilling in hand as well, so I think that was a very good move from Justin here. Like we said, just threatening so much damage. Verdance throwing so much damage in this lifetime here now.
So he's got 2 cards in hand, 1 card now. We use the Vigor tokens to play our Spoils of War, giving our sword go again. So we should have 1 card left in hand. If that's a blue, we have the Sellswords, and you can play the Sellsword into the Saber, threatening another 8 damage that could spell doom for Sam.
Just show us that card, Justin. Come on.
Is it a blue? If it's a yellow, it's 6 more damage. If it's a blue, it's 8.
This is the last Spoils of War here. Is this... how crucial is this that it's the last one?
I think this is just a 1-cost pump to go again. So Austin, that is a trot along, so that's a blue.
That's the blue, yeah.
8 more damage coming in this turn.
Ooh, you don't want to be in front of that.
This game is coming very close now. Justin threatening lethal nearly every turn now, but so is Verdance. But I think Justin is demanding more and more cards every turn from the Verdance player, just to hopefully find a hand that they can get through. Like you said, if they draw a hand full of potions and instances here, it's going to be really rough for the Verdance.
Mm-hmm. Those Sellswords just so threatening. They've sat there all game, just really poking at Sam, and they're just eating cards here.
Autumn's Touch and Tilling go to the defense.
And the great thing for Justin is if he does get the W from this, he's going to go straight up against another Verdance, so he can just layer this back to back.
all came down to that early riches of Triple Donny being able to be pitched so early
So
to go
good.
into a 2 gold Raisin army.
It's very good. Like Richard of Triple Donny, providing so much value for what it is. You know, Victor decks are loving it. Draws 2 cards. Kasai decks are making 2 cell swords, and those 2 cell swords is just a threat on its own. Just 2 of them. You don't need more. You don't need the 2 there, and for them to be ignored, they will clear up a lot of cards from your hand and a lot of life very quickly.
So we see Sam's down to, is that 1 card in hand?
Yeah, 1 card by the looks.
Shelter goes to the defense.
That's the last shelter for sure.
So Verdance on no cards could just be rinse and repeat for Justin. But now Justin has a full grip. Attack reactions hide behind the sabers.
This game is getting very close, and I am ready. I'm ready for the finale because this Kasai player has been playing so well, and I hope the Kasai player gets it. But again, Verdance has that ability just to turn the game around insanely quick, gain 5 life here or there, and then do six something like damage like that. But I think Justin here is putting that pressure onto Sam, and I think Sam is definitely feeling it now.
Yeah, you can see the tension in the way he's shuffling his cards here. He feels like he might be on the edge, and Justin's going to do everything he can to push him over. Just a quick shout out as well to Sam Smith, one of the original gamers. He's on the stream watching, and he of course runs Fab Armory, and he was top 8 at the original Auckland Calling back in 2019.
Good. Hello, Sam. How are we?
Alright, so Justin pondering here, he is probably thinking to himself, can I do this? Is this the hand that's going to seal the game?
So there's a sharpened senses. He needs to, and a hit and run. Okay. So that gives the next sword go again. We swing the first Centauri Saber for 3. Now, it may look like 3, but if you put an attack action card in front of it, it becomes that breakpoint 4. Now we see another blue pitched. For a deck that doesn't run that many blues, he's gotten his blues exactly when he needs them.
Absolutely here.
And there's one of those emeritus scaldings that we were talking about earlier, put into defense there. Command and Conquer to the defense of the Cell Sword.
Oh, this is...
Root bound to the defense of this next Cell Sword. And one more Saber. For 2.
What is the last card in Sam's hand here?
So
Oh,
that's
the
the
Panama Amulet.
Plume goes to the bin. What do you think he gets?
I'm not too sure. Stop.
Heartbeat for a block
Heartbeat.
3.
Beautiful.
Now, for those of you that don't know, Panamu is the traditional te reo Māori word for greenstone or jade.
Oh, wow.
And that's what a lot of the Māori carvings are made out of, a lot of the necklaces. So LSS giving its shout out to its New Zealand heritage.
There's a question. Do you guys think that there's a fruit of the forest in Sam's graveyard right now?
Yeah, definitely.
I think there would be, yes.
He's blocked with it, I think, once, and he's pitched a couple. He hasn't decomposed that much. Yeah, what are you thinking? Plume into... Oh no, Plume's gone.
Plume was just used, but I forgot a little bit about the sharpened senses which we have on the screen, so that's what reminded me. Well, that second Centauri Saber actually came in for 3. Had it come in for 2, Sam may have been able to take it to try and hunt for a fruit of the forest to try and equalize that life total just a little bit more. Once again, masterclass by Justin here. Go again, sword into the cell swords. All it takes is one good reaction to catch Sam off his guard, and it could spell doom.
I think he has another blue here, another trot along, representing so much more damage, and again, going to get those cards out of Sam's hands here. And Sam's just got one item instant or anything like that, it's going to be detrimental.
Yeah. So I've seen one Sink Below put to defense. I've seen one Sink Below destroyed by a Command and Conquer. We've seen all 3 shelters used. Now, I think we've seen at least 2 root-bound carapaces. We've seen all the mental blocks put into play. Sam is running out of defensive options.
Is there anything in his deck where he gets caught out? Does he have any no blocks that he's just going to get completely sideswiped with?
There's one Rampant Growth in his graveyard, one Rampant Growth, maybe 10 or so cards from the bottom of the deck. We've seen the Punamu Amulet. hope I said that right. On the bottom of the deck, we've seen 1 healing potion being used. There could be up to 2 healing potions and 1 more rampant growth somewhere in the vicinity around the top of his deck.
And like you said, Justin's just drawing those blues at the perfect time here, representing so much damage, sword into sellsword into potentially another sword. Giving the sword go again, doing such a fantastic job here, representing Kasai and how she functions here. A lot of players are going to look at Kasai and like, oh, this deck looks amazing, which it is. So is there any way, do you think, that Sam can come back from this, or do you reckon this is just going to be a slog from Kasai?
I think that Sam can come back from this. Kasai can't have the no-go again brick.
Yes, true.
Alright, with these 4-card hands it is unlikely, but it can happen. So Justin does not have the attack reaction there to punish. Maybe it could be an Iron Song response or something else, but we see that first sellsword, not sellsword, the saber go through. Sam's on 1 life. This could be it. This could be the turn.
So 1 HP here. Sam's no longer in a position where he can let anything through. He doesn't have the option to sit back and wait on the Striders. He's front up gaming here.
So it seems that Sam may be able to keep 1 card here. Do we still see 1 card held from... no, is that 1 or 2 cards from Justin held? Not
It looks
sure.
like 1.
And there it is. Iron Song response.
Boom.
Beautiful game.
That's
there.
it. Kasai goes forward.
Another Kasai Verdance game. Or it could be a Slippy into Syndra.
Yeah.
We'll probably try and get the Syndra and Slippy game onto stream.
Yep, that'll be
I
it.
think so as well. Wow, who do you think is going to go to the finals now? Rackney, Slippy, Verdance, Kasai.
Well, Justin goes straight through to another of the same. So I don't know how different. Let's have a look at Madeline's list here and compare it to Sam. Has Madeline got any tech that's going to make a difference here? Or is it just going to be a rinse and repeat for Justin?
Okay, so she is on very similar reds. We see very similar defense reaction kit, same yellows. All right, now I'm not seeing anything that screams at too different between these lists. There aren't any attacks that can really, small attacks that can really deal with those cell swords. So if Justin can repeat the game exactly as he did there, he can probably run away with that one too.
And like I said, those 2 cell swords providing so much value throughout the game, and as we saw when we first saw them, we believed that they were going to be the downfall of Sam, just providing 2 cards. Oh, at every turn you have to block these 2, or you're just going to start losing very quickly here. Again, and also the Richard Tropodani allowing him to set up just for 2 quick cell swords out of nowhere, exceptional.
And shout out to some of the originals on the stream. We've got Ian Kennedine from Right Time Gaming. Radio Reflex, I think, was the podcast that he ran back in the day. And also we've got Session Blood. I don't know if that's Carol or Kieran, but both Carol and Kieran, of course, gone on to be part of the LSS development team.
Beautiful.
Great to see these names in the community still on stream, watching the games, enjoying the games that they are now helping to build.
Again, I feel LSS does such a great job of making a game for gamers by gamers, is the best way I would put it.
For sure. And special thanks here to Charlie Thompson, who has done some beautiful top 8 brackets for us. I will put that on camera in just a second. Okay, let's have a look here. So we've got Madeline versus Justin. That's a repeat of the match we just saw. And then we've got Damien and Nick. That's going to be our feature match for the stream. What are your predictions for that match, team?
I believe it's both of them offering very good aggression plans here, but I think the Slippy getting 1 or 2 key cards out of Syndra is going to be very detrimental, taking some of the potential Burn with Cinderclaw cards and maybe taking them off. Fidelity can sort of slow down a Syndra, but a Syndra can also is with one of those decks that just throws damage at the face, and assassins don't want to be blocking that often.
I think we've seen that the Syndra and Slippy, these two players have played against each other in Swiss. All right, they played against each other earlier today in round 11, I believe it was. Now, that game went Nick Butch's way. I feel like Syndra is favored, but we'll have to see. I think Damian Moss has lots of practice in this matchup and could come out with the win there.
Well, thanks very much for joining us for the commentary, Evan. We are going to go and get ready for the next matchup, which will be Nick versus Damien. So we'll see you in just a minute for that. Thanks, everyone. Back shortly. All right, we are back with round 14 semi-finals. We've got Damien on Slippy versus Nick Butcher on Syndra. I've got with me Andy Andronikos and Cody Javert from
Yes.
Melbourne.
Hello, what's going on?
Glad to be here, guys.
Yeah, I've got calling runner-up, calling Auckland, calling Christchurch.
First place loser, some might say.
That's right,
And
Christchurch.
previous national champ top 8er. So we've got a little bit of experience in what the pressure is that these players are feeling at the moment.
Yeah, good on both Nick and Damien for making top 4. Nick being not a stranger to top 8s.
No. And on a
Damien's-
deck that he's picked up quite recently, I've heard. Syndra,
Really? Okay.
Not much reps from his end, but still managing to take it all the way.
Good on him. I'm honestly not surprised. Nick's a really, really strong player. So I'm sure whatever deck he decided to bring to the event, he would have done just fine.
Now, I believe these two played in the rounds, yeah?
Did they play in
And-
CC?
And I think Nick got the win on that one.
Yeah, that's true. It was one of the last rounds of Swiss. It was very close. I was behind them watching, and it got down to 1-1 when Nick just got there with a buyback with 3 reds, flicker dagger for lethal.
Yeah,
so
you got to be
it
really
was-
careful about that flick true damage when you're playing these areas. I mean, they both have access to flick in this matchup, so
but
that's
one
going to be
much more repeatable than the other.
yeah.
Damien Moss is packing the Sigil of Solace,
He's
so
got the
he's
Sigil
got
of
some
Solace.
effects that can mitigate that true damage.
Looks
but it's
like-
not just the damage that's coming through, it's the Mars triggers that's
Mm-hmm.
gonna put Damien in a bind.
Absolutely.
Now, when I look at both lists, I see a very similar looking list. The red column is absolutely pulsing,
Yeah.
and the other columns look pretty empty, with Damien slightly ahead on blues.
Just a testament to how consistent you need your deck to be to get to this level of event.
Yeah.
They're both relying on the idea that their deck is going to present 4 reds and that those 4 reds are playable every hand.
Mm-hmm.
And that when they get those blues, they're not flooding.
Am I seeing right that Nick has 3 cards that aren't blue? Aren't red, I mean?
He's
There's
got
1 yellow and 2 red. 2
Yeah.
blues.
No,
It's the 3 Throw Dagger, 3 Warmongers,
Oh,
Yep.
3 of
and
them.
the Salt the Wound.
the Salt the
I'm
Wound
not
yellow,
expecting
yeah.
a lot of the blues to come in. He is on the 3 Spreading Flames, so it's likely that he's playing 6 in the main.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see.
just balls to the wall.
Yeah, Warmonger's really doing nothing except 3 pitch in this matchup.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Slippy player fully about reacts. There's only the Orb Weavers that are attack actions, really. Non-attack actions, I should say.
And look, we talked about Nick a little bit, but Damien, or Demos, we call him around Melbourne,
Yeah, Demos as is known.
bit of a unsung hero in a lot of top 8s. Crushing
Absolutely.
ProQuests.
He's been crushing ProQuest,
Some
crushing
say-
Rotonats. He's been really flying under the radar
Yeah.
for everyone except for the locals. He's kind of been terrorizing the local scene
Yeah.
for a little bit now.
On some say a bit of a Mickey Mouse deck new.
Yeah.
Some would say carried.
Yeah, I would say carried, but honestly, that was what I was saying back when he was playing Chain in the Monarch days. When we were doing Chain Prism, me and Damo, and I was just getting smashed. I'm like, oh, he's just carried by Chain. And then Chain left.
And he hops on new. And
he hops
then
on
he
new.
does really well again. And it's
Yeah.
really hard to keep calling him carried,
Yeah.
especially now he's on Slippy.
Now he's on Slippy and
in
he's
top
done, and he's put
8.
up results on another hero as well.
It's really
Maybe
quite
he's
frustrating.
actually good.
It's
Look, let's not go
something
so
we'd
far
hate-
yet. Let's
we
see how
would
this
hate
game
to
pans
admit
out.
that. I'll say that.
Let's see how this game pans out first before we jump to any crazy conclusions here.
Andy got a bit of stakes with Demos on this. Made it to this level of nationals before.
Yeah.
How are
it-
you feeling watching Demos going to the heights? you might
Well,
say?
It's interesting because when I played my top 8 game, that nationals, it was into Sam, and so me losing.
previous national champion.
Yeah, previous national champion. Losing into Sam was like, okay, Sam's a very, very good player, and I definitely tried my best to make him earn it. So I think in this matchup, we'd say Demos is definitely the underdog in comparison to the sort of resume that Butcher has been putting up over the last little while.
Exactly.
So if Demos can clutch it up here, then I think his run is definitely better than mine, which really hurts me to say.
That, and I know that pains you to say.
It does, but if Butcher, plays his role as the
As the
as the stronger player
the
here.
stronger player.
Yeah,
The resume holder.
then we'll see Demos's run end just like mine, and nothing would make me happier.
So we start off with a sigil, turn 0 play. That's about as good as you can hope for from Slippy.
Yeah, and
Getting that life on the board.
Butcher, of course, with the higher seeds, are choosing the starting player and nominating Damien to lead it away.
Interesting that Butcher chose to go first.
He
Oh no,
chose
no,
second.
second.
Yeah.
That's right. Sorry, I missed the Arsenal that Damien had.
Important for him to get that first block out of Slippy's hand so he's not receiving damage and disruption at the same time. He's making Damien choose.
Now, CNC out there on the block, is this going to be a CNC kind of game, or are we seeing all in every turn, no Arsenal?
Look, in my experience, Syndra is absolutely fine playing no Arsenal. When they have their daggers online, very hard for them to brick, and their overlap isn't really relying on that 5th card.
Sure.
Keeping the Arsenal open is also important for their draw, but I think Damien's correct in blocking the CNC first here.
Understood. And how effective is it if you keep your Arsenal open as Syndra here, when Damien pops those codexes down, is that good for you? You get to choose a card, you get to discard a card.
No, I don't think you want to see it. It's the later codexes when they've got, when they've used their block on their boots, and if you get to leave no witnesses, you're basically going down a card because you have to discard.
Yeah.
You lose your Arsenal, and you can't give a 3 block in boots.
Sure. Okay, so
Damien will be playing for 2 codex as a pretty strong form of interruption in this matchup.
Yeah.
Would not be surprised if we see the game swing based on a turn like that.
Okay, so just going back to back, trying to control the hands, trying to control the tempo.
Yeah. The boots block is going to be incredibly important for Nick here. The only non-blade break equipment he has available to him. It's the only free block Syndra's going to want to do until pretty much the end of the game.
The Damien with a 2-card hand here, leave no witnesses, is Butcher playing out of the leave no witnesses by just sending his entire hand, which is actually really heads up. Codex punishes him there, but 2-card hand Codex is not that great. You want to be playing it off either 1 card or 3, so you can pitch into Dagger and maybe CNC.
Exactly. Important thing to note here, Demos is running Mask of Perdition. That's a repeatable buyback headpiece that Slippy uses oftentimes for Art of Desire Body.
Yep.
For the life and the draws, that's another pivot turn that he can work off of Syndra.
So the silver here might actually be pretty relevant.
Might be relevant.
So on this leave no witnesses, not only 4, which is slightly above rate, but that silver and possibly disruption is honestly it's a good 1-card hand. I was wondering what Demos was playing towards seeing those blocks, just because against the Mask of Momentum you want to block later, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't want to
too early.
and just be stuck on that 3rd chain link.
Yeah.
And how much does Demos value here the 1 block, the repeatable 1 block off those, the mask and the boots?
Oh, massive.
It's massive.
It's his access to Valiant type of deck, right?
Assassin, not renowned for their fridge, and Ninja coming in with those 4 breakpoints, off and off pretty resource light hands, Blaze Headlong,
There we go.
cut through things like this. Gonna put the pressure on those
2
equipments.
silver. Very nice.
There you go. You see it exactly as he called
There
it.
you go.
Yeah.
Grabbing that 2 silver, gonna enable the buyback, but we'll see if he goes for the Perdition buyback or he tries to leverage the black text a little bit more.
Looks like Nick's got 2 enders in his hand here. We've got a Salt and a... Is that... No. It's the Salt and the Dragon out of Dragon Blood.
So each time Damien trades those silvers for those equipments, that's +1 life.
Yeah.
And he's getting access to just eating more of those cards out of the deck.
And
Okay, I see the Salt pitched here. Yep, not going to be swung on this turn.
yeah, so he's looking to end on that Art of Dragon Blood, it looks like.
Shelter?
Discarding
Okay.
the Shelter, that's going to be really strong.
Nick
Blocking
can
the break
respond
points.
to the Shelter with that flick if he needs the Blood-Splattered Vest value before the Shelter. Unless he's discarded it on attack declaration and it's not attacking yet. But looks like he's closing the chain.
Maybe he's got that 1 extra resource from Salt Orange. This was a play pattern back in Hunted Limited.
Okay, he's going again.
Just looking to get that double buyback, it seems.
So he's going to have to... And this
So
is
he's-
under shelter as well, which is really interesting.
So he's
this
going
is-
for 3 chain links, get both weapons back and potentially swing again, yeah?
Looks like he's only got a second Draconic Hair Jab in his hand, so he'll have to pay 1, I believe, to get the daggers back. Is it
With
Cinder
the dagger on the
cost
chain,
3?
he won't have to pay.
Oh, that's right. You're
even
correct.
if he flicks, because it's working off last known information.
Yeah.
But it looks like to stop the Mask of Momentum, it's going to be a pretty easy 2-card block here for Demos.
Yeah, just the important thing is going to be what the crackback is from Demos.
Yeah.
Because he can't just keep blocking out, and he is going to take damage eventually, and that mask will trigger, and the brakes will come off. So this is hit, which is interesting.
Chooses not to block here.
So he's still got no shelter floating.
Yeah, so he's not under Mask of Momentum at the moment. This is only the second chain link.
Yeah.
He's making Nick play out of Arsenal to fight for that chain link. He's not letting Nick sort of hold back a card, let Demos block, and then decide to Arsenal once Momentum's not live. He's going to make him go all the way.
Okay, Demos not blocking this. Looks like.
I think
Yeah.
I spied a sink below in Demos' hand, so I think he feels pretty confident he's going to be able to block out whatever attack comes next.
Okay, Butcher's staying off an Arsenal here. Yep,
There you go.
very nice.
And the
Clean
sink comes
block.
down, clean cover.
Yeah, very strategic by Damien there. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yep, so Butcher's going for the double buyback. Yep,
You can tell Demos has played this matchup quite a bit.
yeah, very, very common matchup these days, I'd imagine. So is Demos left with 2 cards in hand? Buying back the mask.
And that's the
There we
petition
go.
buyback.
Just what we were looking to see. And Demos, yeah, no longer marked after that last attack.
And effectively gained 1 life.
In fact, it's going to be pretty big in this matchup. Each little bit of life is going to want to hang
Matter a
on to
lot.
that, yeah.
And with this Mask of Perdition and the nature of Assassin cards banishing from the top of deck, we could even see a fatigue angle open up for Slippy late game. If we get into a grind scenario, it's going to be tough for Nick to block and send damage back without running out of deck really quickly.
Yeah, Nick's going to want to avoid playing for that line, but I think if he puts on sufficient pressure, that's not going to be an issue. Demos keeping
only-
2 cards in hand.
Okay. Sigil.
Yeah.
Perfect. Just
Very
what you want to
nice.
see if you're Demos. Getting those sigils out when you don't need to block is very important.
Yep.
Getting them on the hands where you're pressured by Mask of Momentum 2, even 3 times is brutal.
That's the only attack Demos has sent this game. 2 leave no witnesses.
Yep.
So all the Diriacs getting in all their 4 value, the sigils clawing back some life. No on hits from Nick yet, so we're still playing on rate.
Yeah. Another 4-card hand from Nick here. Again, it's mostly up to Demos how much he's willing to take here. The Syndra hands are going to stay with, as Logan said, the 64 reds he's presented in the full deck list. He's not going to run out of gas anytime soon.
Absolutely not.
It's up to Demos to decide how much he's willing to lose and what he can afford to crack back with.
Yep.
But otherwise, Nick's setting the pace of the game so far.
Yep. Absolutely.
Syndra being one of those decks that just want to force hands, want to force blocks, wants to take your cards, but doesn't care what the cards do.
Yeah.
You know, just straight aggro, just wants to deal damage, leaks damage with the flick knives, bringing the daggers back, and having some crazy turns, especially with like blood on your hands and all, those turns as well, or blood runs deep, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's just able to just accumulate so much true damage, or unpreventable damage as well here. Slippy doesn't really care about, can't really deal with the flick knives here effectively.
It's not
Yeah.
like a Verdance or anything where they've got multiple versions of prevention effects they have access to,
Absolutely.
or life gain. Slippy is dealing with, let's face it, a reduced life total versus Syndra. As every turn goes on, you're losing 1, guaranteed. Even if you block your whole hand and you don't leak anything, you're losing life.
Absolutely.
And it's the idea of this Redline Syndra deck that through that 60 cards, every turn, you're going to lose enough life that the game will end without you being able to swing anything back.
Is this mask on hit? If Demos takes this, does Butcher get an Arsenal?
If he
Did he
flicked
flick on the second
Rising
attack?
Resentment.
I don't know
So I
if I
think
saw.
I think he flicked on second and blood on the
And blood?
Yeah.
Yeah, blood
Okay.
is triggering
So he's
that.
keeping it live.
So it looks like he's blocking 2.
Yep.
Yep, so okay, it's full
Perfect.
blocked with the equipment. Very nice. So
Keeping it off. And again, he's got that silver, so the equipment's not really gone forever.
yeah, and
Just
here
gone
we
for
see Shelter in Nick's hand. 2 D-Reacts in Nick's hand. It was a really good time for Nick to draw those on block.
With the Bonds of Agony coming
Bonds
in,
of Agony.
Nick can safely either call the bluff that Slippy often presents with a Bonds of Agony with nothing behind it, or he can respect it, block 1 card, and not take anything from the Bonds if Damien does go over.
Yeah, really interesting that Damien gets to sort of bluff this out, but it doesn't really matter because Butcher will just be able to respond. Like, there's very few scenarios where Nick just gets blown out of the water here, which is really good timing on those D-Reacts.
And Bonds of Agony, one of those cards that does make you think.
Yeah.
You have to see what's going to be worth taking, what's worth them taking from you as well. Yeah. Syndra does have a lot of key pieces like Brand with Cinder Claws, your Felony creations to obviously make those Art of Dragonfires and Dragon Powers a little bit stronger here. But like I said, it is one of those things that's going to make you think, do we block it, do we not block it? It's a hard choice here, but I think we've got a Shelter in the Syndra's hand here to cover it up. So hopefully the Syndra is just going to take a turn off with 2 cards, which is still, I think, what Slippy wants here. But Syndra still will be able to go on the crackback, still be able to present a lot of damage.
Even just knowing the hand information off the bonds
Is
like
important.
is super important because if you know what they're left with, you know how to block efficiently, you know
Exactly.
what they don't want to hit. All right, here comes the flick. That's the first reaction.
I actually think Syndra also has a loyalty beyond the Graves
Yeah,
in hand.
that's 2
Yeah,
D-Reacts.
2 D-Reacts. So even though he might try to get this through,
Just
3
4.
D-Reacts, just 4. So he's going to cover that cleanly. Let's see if Damien has
D-React.
a Justinic in the arsenal.
Let's see. He's gone with the
Or-
Bonds just off equipment only. He's
Yeah.
not reliant on this go again, but it is a pain when you get staunched by the 1 D-React from Syndra.
Yeah, that's tough. Here we go, Codex. Okay,
Codex,
so
this is what we were talking about earlier. The swing turns, not as powerful when he's got that 3 block and the Brutes live, but
Butch is going to be playing a low card crackback here.
yeah.
So Demos has a lot of D-Reacts in his deck, and this is not where you want to be drawing them. When you have the low card crackback from the aggro deck, you want to be able to keep up that pressure, keep them off their big hands, and sort of tempo the game out that way. So what Damien draws next is going to be pretty massive for the rest of the game.
We've seen a Shelter and we've seen a Sink. He's got 4 more left to draw, but it's quite early days.
Discards the D-React. Okay. Swings.
Yep, looking to
Yep.
block with the Brutes.
There's the boots. Yeah, like you said earlier, that the likelihood of going to a fatigue state as well on Nick's end would have been really exacerbated by that bonds.
Bonds of Agony.
Yeah.
Takes 3 cards, not just from hand, also from
deck. You get information, you get tempo. It really just does everything. So
But the turn that Syndra's representing right now is he's made that Dragonite Blood Draconic, making all his next attacks cost 1 less, which includes his daggers, and he has a Dragonfire in hand as well.
he's under frailty from the Codex. So
Oh,
those
they
daggers
would
will
be-
actually come in for 0.
absolutely.
Which Codex is so strong.
Yeah.
Especially into Warrior, where, very weapon-centric decks. Not affecting Flick Knives, but still very relevant for swinging with those daggers.
I feel like with that, activating the fealty on the Art of Dragon Blood, it's kind of saying that he wants to drop a 1 cost.
Yeah, what's he got in hand? Okay, he's
Gaining-
flicked, it's hit, he's going to gain the resource. Okay.
Interesting. Choosing to gain a resource instead of using one of his fealty.
So is this Draconic? No,
Yeah, he
right?
cracked ability there.
Yes.
Okay, so they're both Draconic. No? Who's Draconic? Yeah,
It'd
okay.
have to be Draconic for the go again
Yeah.
there. So I think that's why he's just pushing 3 damage, trying
Yeah.
to take 1 card, and
Yeah.
then just sending the Dragonite Fire here. for 7, which is such a great card here. 2 unpreventable damage. And he's also flicked knives as well this turn.
Yeah.
And I think he's gained the resource to potentially get the dagger back here because of Draconic Chain Link too.
Keeping in mind, Demos burnt a lot of his equipment on the last turn to try and take the tempo, but Nick cracking back with a 10 damage turn off of 2 cards.
2 cards, yeah.
Just leveraging the ninja equipment to get that extra value.
Really, really, really awesome play. Getting that value, like we said, putting them on 2 cards. If they send 2 head jabs, yep, that's fine. I've got my full grip, and we go gas from there. But 10 damage off 2 cards is
Quite a lot.
under frailty as well. Nothing to scoff at. So Nick doing what he needs to stop Damien from clawing back any tempo here.
Yeah, very measured in the face of the disruption. As we said earlier, Bonds of Agony, card that makes you think it's easy to get caught out or overblock.
Super scary card. Yeah.
Very measured from Nick there. Make sure he maintains some tempo, makes Damien work for the disruption that he's trying to send.
And he could just discarded the second D-React for the Codex. So, if he holds it, if he needs it, he's got it there. Codex comes down. Okay, doesn't need a D-React. Pop it in the bin. Really nice play.
Absolutely, and obviously loyalty, letting you to gain that tempo back with drawing a card off being defensive, means his next loyalty is going to be nearly 6 value here. Blocking 3, bringing a card back to hand at the start of the next turn, allowing the Syndra to mitigate the life a little bit here and have a crack back of the turn as well, especially for Arsenal. Having that 5 card plus the daggers here, exceptional that Syndra can just push out this kind of damage.
Damien fixed his hand there. Sync Blow taking 1. No mask this turn, so that's just damage. Let's see what Damien comes back with. He's only got 1 silver. He's going to want to get that those equipment back from the bin as soon as he can. Once that petition's back, that can start making him even more silver. Roll that into his boots or another mask.
Try to generate an advantage.
Yeah.
Here comes Kiss of Death, Slippy's quote-unquote power card. Able to utilize the go again to make sure it's able to be flicked for that extra damage.
Yeah, flick hitting for an extra damage without having to break one of your daggers is really, really
Massive
good.
stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Kiss of Death providing a lot of value and a lot of threat over multiple combat multiple chain links here, and the mark as well, just to potentially get some more value off of some cards here. But the big threat is obviously the flick, the Kiss of Death for that 2 dagger there. It's just going to delete damage. Something that Syndra wants to do as well, but the Kiss of Death just makes that so much better.
You see Tunic float, red pitched
It
to
seems
swing
like
the dagger.
a pretty heads-up Codex play.
Yeah.
Trying to get the cards out of the hand, make sure he gets that Kiss value before he breaks the chain.
Yep. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Yep.
Yeah.
Codex comes down.
And it's punishing now for Nick. Without the boots available to him, he's gonna need those shelters.
Yeah.
He's gonna need
a
something more than
D-React,
what he
yeah.
has.
Otherwise, do you maybe consider giving up the blood splattered vest here? You've
it's
only got
hard.
1 value off that resource so far.
Looking at the deck list, there's quite a few 1 costs still to come.
Yeah.
Art of Dragonfire, Demonstrate Devotion. You've got, that's Spreading Flames even.
Going down 2 cards and giving Damien very, very likely an extra silver here to start buying back that equipment. It's a tough proposition.
Very tough. Either way, you're giving him 2 cards. Unless you're willing to get rid of the armor, the life totals have lowered, but they're not quite at endgame where I think I'd feel comfortable giving up my vital equipment pieces, especially the blade break and the value you can get off those 1 resource, the 2 resource left on it.
Yeah, Damien in such a good spot here. It will really, really hope that Nick can have another really strong low card clapback like he did the other turn.
Otherwise, the tempo looks like it's swinging. Damien playing very measured with these codexes, making sure he's getting the most out of them, but also dealing damage before he's presenting this disruption. He's not just blocking out, keeping both life totals high. He's trying to bring Nick down to a range where his reactions start forcing overblocks and start forcing blocks from the Syndra, where the defense numbers just aren't as good as the offense.
Yeah. He's walking him down with disruption, which is exactly what you want. I think Slippy does that better than any of the other assassins right now.
Well within the game plan. I see Nick has a loyalty in his hand.
Yeah, here comes, looks like he's lining up the block on the chest. There we go.
There you go. Willing to give it up. And with that second loyalty, he does have that draw active. He's got 2 in the grave now.
Yep.
We'll see if he tries to fight for tempo again with the draw immediately. It doesn't look like it. Just starting off with
the oath. Okay.
Oath is one of the best starters for these Draconic heroes here. Like we were talking about it before, we had a Fire on before. One of the best cards for Fire now,
so good.
representing that opening damage of 4 breakpoint, and then it turns on Fire Sword, turns on the Tiger Link, turns on the Chain Link for Fire's effect for the Phoenix, and also even Fang, allowing him to open up with a Oath of Loyalty to turn all those Draconic Chain Link 2 attack reactions on, to allow him to get that Fel Degeneration. And then same with Syndra as well. You want that Chain Link to be Draconic. And it's just one of those best openers. It demands a D-React, or you're going to leak some damage, or 2 cards at most, or equipment, and then you still have 3 cards you have to worry about as well, which Syndra can just pump out 4s, 3s, 7s, all that kind of stuff very efficiently.
Most importantly, Dromi's Dragons get go again.
Oh, and that's relevant.
Very
in
important.
today's day and age, that could be relevant.
When Dromi comes back, guys, watch out, pick up your oaths.
When Dromi comes back, they're not giving it a go again.
Yeah, that's true. So Damon's saying, send the damage at me, taking 4.
Yeah. The 4 breakpoint to start here is going to be difficult if that comes in with the head jab from Arsenal into a 4 damage ender. He's almost forcing Demos to block 4 damage here with the flick knives.
Well, Demos doesn't want to give a 3 block to this too, but at the same time, you want to be stopping that mask breakpoint chain link as much as you can, right?
Absolutely, and this also marks their opponent on hit, so it's got a lot of value here, and it is going to force a 3 block out of Demos' hand, because he doesn't want to be marked and give Syndra some more validity to continue her chain.
Yeah, so this is worst case scenario for Demos. He's blocked with a 3 block on the 2, losing the fealty value, and now to stop the mask breakpoint, he's coming in for 4, so he has to have a D-React, otherwise he's giving 2 cards or Nick's getting an Arsenal.
Nick's giving up his pseudo tunic. We'll see if Demos is willing to take the game faster as well.
Good call, throwing the tunic here.
There you go, and that's a really important block.
Buying the daggers back. Alright, so it looks like we've seen a bit of a back and forth with, I'll throw my full breakpoint, you give me your chest, you throw yours, I get your chest. So this game is looking really neck and neck, so it's going to be the next few big swings that decide where this game ends up.
And here's a pretty big swing. We've got double trouble.
Trouble.
That's a red double trouble.
Yeah.
Demos, I think, running 6 in his list.
Yeah, big fan of the double troubles.
Yeah. Incentivizing almost that fatigue game plan we were talking about, really accelerating the rate.
Flicking the dagger, getting the mark. Is this take up the mantle?
Oh, a mantle.
Oh, okay. Concealed blade. So he's going to be re-equipping a dagger.
Yeah. Getting those 2 reacts across, also important. Turning that double trouble into a 0 for 5.
Yeah, really, really good play
We're
here.
at 6 now with the concealed blade.
He's got the direct in hand, but it only covers 3. Taking 6. Banishing 2 cards, which is big. Okay, a throw dagger. So is it one of the first blues we've seen this game from Nick?
First blue we've seen from Nick. He's really hoping that they're not going to clump up for him later. That would be disastrous for his tempo, because they're both fighting their neck and neck to maintain control of the game right now.
Demos Pulling's just slightly ahead in life, but that can melt away as soon as Nick gets a really tough hand to block out. Infect.
He's playing the slippy cards, just no disruption, just well above rate damage.
Really happy to put the D-React in front of this.
Yeah.
Beautiful, cleans it up.
Let's keep in mind, Nick's still got that Loyalty Beyond the Grave draw active, so he's going to be able to swing 1 card his way, which is about all that sits between him and Demos at the moment.
Yeah, the difference between a 3 and a 4 card hand on this turn is massive.
Absolutely, and holding on to those Loyalty Beyond the Grave triggers just for a turn like this is really good and very crucial for the Syndra, because if they were just to draw it off the next turn, they wouldn't have been able to do much with their turn, as we saw. But just sending enough pressure just to take it away, but Now they've got their 4-card hand, sending 2 at the beginning, which you don't want to be blocking. You want to be blocking 2 for a 3 at the very open. Now he's got a free flick for the second turn and potentially a breakpoint for that third attack, drawing another card.
He really set himself up well. Damien saying no blocks. That first dagger coming in for free.
With Ignite, getting 2 chain links across with the cost
Single
reduction,
card, yeah.
it's looking like it might be a double mask activation. He's gonna.
So Damien's got to give him a 3 block here to stop that mask. And then Flick keeps the chain alive.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a Blaze Headlong.
And he's
which
gonna
is
go for it
another
again.
4 breakpoint. Oh no, it's a Rabble. So here, it's a red.
Yeah.
That ancestral information is actually
Quite relevant.
quite relevant. You don't want to be
especially-
seeing that off the top of his neck.
Yeah.
See if Damien can play around it.
Nick has chewed
Four
through
here.
a lot of Demos's armor at the moment.
Looks
He's
like he's
sitting
got
on
another
Flick Knight's
Justin
armor.
in hand. Doesn't look like a D-React. I reckon if he had a D-React, he would have slammed it down pretty quickly. Yep, go ahead and representing that 4-go again for us.
Starting to get really difficult for Damien to block and send Disruption back.
Now Nick is closing the gap on that life total, like we said. Is he just going to give him the draw?
It's so hard because
This is such a critical point in the game. It's if Demos calls wrong here, it could just be no coming back from this.
And Sestra is one of those cards that Syndra utilizes so well. Of here's a breakpoint, you want to block it out with a piece of armor card. Etc. Hit you for 1. I'm going to draw a card. I'm going to draw another card.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just
it's
so
so
good
good
replacing
at this
itself.
point. And now knowing that he's just drawn, it's going to mean it's going to extend the turn even further. And Syndra can stumble into just a crazy turn sometimes.
Yeah.
So I wonder. So Demos just value blocking there. Value blocking here gets the +1. He knows that Butcher wants a different arsenal. He's buying back his dagger. So what is the crackback from Demos now? It has to be something relevant. Otherwise, we might be in trouble.
You're hoping it's a Codex. Giving him the draw here might speak to some sort of Arsenal disruption, but we've seen a lot of it already. 2 Leave No Witnesses and 2
Two
Codex.
Codexes.
These Demos with not much left in deck to handle the Arsenal.
Yep. Yeah, you really want to be seeing that Silver get to 2 to buy back those equipment. Like we said before, if he had some of those equipment to stop these breakpoints, we wouldn't be in this position.
Yeah.
So Demos thinking Butcher's got another D-React in hand, which is just well timed. Okay,
Just passing.
Just passing.
Okay, now the 5-card hand with the D-React.
So
Interesting.
that's not what Butcher wants to see.
No, absolutely
but
not.
Can pitch the D-React in a pinch? Absolutely not an issue there. Doesn't have the chest, so making up that 1 resource for the 1 cost is not terrible, honestly.
Not disastrous.
Let's see what the start is.
Looks
it's
like
got
a Wrath of
Wrath.
Retribution in
Okay,
hand.
if this could be really bad for Demos.
Justin.
Oh, hang on, we've got a Wrath of Retribution and an Art of Dragonfire.
Yeah.
And along with the Shelter, it's not looking like he's got much
Has he
available to him to start the turn.
Might
He's got all
be
the enders he could want, but
pitch to dagger. What if did he draw a head jab off the ancestral?
I didn't quite see it before he slipped in an Arsenal.
Yeah,
but
me neither.
we'll have to check.
And just a quick update, guys. We have got a winner from the other round. Justin, the Kasai player, is going to finals.
Oh my
Wow.
god! Wow.
Justin
Another
tore through Verdance. An unfavored matchup for Kasai.
Yeah, he has a plan into that matchup.
Yeah.
And we saw it play out in that earlier stream game, resolving the early
Centauri Sellswords.
Centauri Sellswords, getting the Raisin Army. Like that, playing to that, super duper heads up, super massive.
Yeah, Justin had played very well into Sam Sutherland just before with as Kasai. Two cell swords, taking the game away from Sam Sutherland there.
Yeah.
And critically early too.
Absolutely. That I think it was turn 2-3. Pitch the Richard Tropodani to make 2 gold, to make those 2 cell swords, and just rolled it away with the game from there.
The card is so good in Kasai. So here, like you said, no starter,
Pitching for the dagger.
pitching for the dagger.
Nick is really going to need the Draconic head jabs to come alive here. It looks like it's spreading flames too.
Is that spreading flames?
I can't quite make it out. If he's got a Draconic Head Jab in Arsenal, it's not terrible for
He's got a
him.
Wrath of Retribution and a Dragonheart Fire. That last card I can't see here.
Yeah.
And Wrath of Retribution is one of those cards that is going to threaten a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
I mean, worst case scenario, if Butcher's Arsenal is live, he can play out his hand and Arsenal the Wrath.
Yeah.
And come in with so long as Demos doesn't have a ton of disruption, come in with a really
Strong Wrath turn.
really strong, painful Wrath turn from Demos to deal with.
And on 14 life, that's not enough to absorb it and crack back.
Yeah, that could be the game. So we'll see if he burns it this turn, trying to push damage, or if he's going to set up for an even bigger turn next turn.
We'll even have to see if he can get it live.
Yeah.
We're not 100% sure if that card in Arsenal is going to save this turn.
Yeah, 3 cost, discounted, but not a lot of Draconic Chain Links to get this
Available to
discount.
him.
Yeah, it seems like. That chest would have been really clutch here
Really
with
pivotal.
this dagger hitting, getting the free resource.
Pitching another card.
Okay, so second Draconic Chain Link, getting
Wow.
the FLT. This is not what Butcher wants to see.
This is exactly what you want if you're Slippy at the moment. You Arsenal pass. Even on 2 daggers, he's drawing the wrong side of his deck.
Yeah.
I think that potentially last card is a Blood Runs Deep,
I see.
which
yeah.
might be able to set up a very good turn here. Blood Runs Deep, flick both daggers, play Wrath of Retribution, bring both daggers off the Syndra effect, swing, and flick one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah,
it's
it looks
punishing.
like it. Okay. Flicking
quite
both
good.
daggers.
With Flick Knife still alive, Demos is essentially at 6 at the moment.
Yeah.
It's lethal being presented this turn.
Yeah, and the Wrath is going to be free. He's going to be able to play it out.
Yep.
And this is also representing a Mask Trigger as well.
Yeah, true. Demos is going to have to give some cards here.
It's going to be one here, and since the knives have been flicked on Blood Runs Deep, it's going to be another one on the Wrath if he doesn't want Mask of Momentum to trigger.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's letting him draw.
And it looks like
Another
It's a
shelter. Okay.
So not offensive. That's good news right now. But Demos almost
Hang
saying
on.
that if it's not lethal, he's not blocking.
Yeah. Yeah, buying back the daggers. He's going to come in for 2 now. He has to pitch the shelter? Or is
it's free off
discounted
Wrath.
Discounted by Wrath? Wow.
Discounted by Wrath. Again, one of the we were talking about this before, that LSS are sort of going away from specialization cards by adding legendary cards for talent and classes, allowing them to have a bit more opportunity to have a single card turn like Wrath of Retribution. So next time we get a Draconic Ninja that uses daggers, like we have Dagger Fire, but I mean,
Yeah.
Not quite the
but
same.
maybe they might bring Dromai back as a Draconic Ninja Illusionist. We don't know.
Amazing. It
yeah.
almost felt like a ninja when I was playing against it all
Yeah,
those
bring it
years
back.
ago.
Exactly.
Bring it back.
It's one of those cool things that LSS are experimenting with, making some cards legendary for class and talent specifics, because it feels like a specialization for Syndra. But then you realize, like, oh, it's just legendary.
Yeah, you can play
And
it in whatever you want.
This one card is swinging it so much.
Yeah.
Not many cards present 7 on their own.
The life totals here really dire for Damien. He's not going to have another opportunity to buy back his equipment. Like, that 1 silver looks like it's just going to be stuck as 1 silver. 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. What's he going to be able to do off 3 life?
He's fought very well, but it seems like every time he's presented some disruption, Nick has had the answer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough for Demos to claw this back. It's looking like how he said before, the hometown hero versus the established player.
It's tough to watch, I'll say, but Nick has played this very well.
Super well, yeah. Demos is the underdog.
Oh, and he's Dragon Scalering for another dagger swing. That's
Yeah, that's-
asking for another card.
That's really bad. Demos going to be left on no cards in hand, it looks like.
Oh, he's going to be able to keep the 1.
Yep.
Dragon
But
Scaler
it's-
just so frustrating when you're at that end of your chain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really want to be saving it for that Wrath of Retribution turn or a draw.
Demos 17 to 2, getting the Orb Weaver. So, what's the 1 card here?
Bonds of Attraction.
Okay, it can gain him a life.
He can gain life. Get him out of that flick knives range.
I mean, he still has we only have seen 2 sigils come down so far. So there's still another
got one
sigil.
left.
If Nick plays to the flick knives for game, Demos might catch him off guard with the sigil and buy him another turn.
But again, on 2, all Demos can do is block here.
Yeah.
It's going to be really tough to get out from under the consistency that Syndra is providing.
Yeah, getting looped out of the game here. Demos is going to either need a massive brick from the Syndra. Yeah.
Oh, 2 Arcane.
Discards the shelter.
Discards the shelter.
Okay.
He's going to be able to float 1.
Yeah, okay. Takes 1. So unless he's got a direct in hand and blocks 4, can prevent 1, and then he might have to give the flick knives. He's buying back the daggers. Yeah, there's the 4. There's the 4.
Wow.
He can't flick. He's staying alive.
He's able to keep the flick knives
Living
up
one more
too.
turn. All right, so we need to draw
We
sigil
need the
here.
sigil.
And that was the 3rd shelter from Demos as well.
It's out. This is exactly how it...
All right, here we go.
Ooh,
Dagger.
dagger.
So I think I see a sigil in Demos' hand. He might have to sigil just on the dagger to... Yeah.
He's given up.
Unfortunate.
GG's.
The flick. Well played from both of these players.
Yeah, if I'm Demos here, don't check the top card of my deck if it's a sigil.
Oh, no.
But I mean, even if he had Sigil, he's just on a path to doom here. Like you
Yeah.
can't claw back 17 live.
Yeah,
At
absolutely.
that point.
Not against the consistency that Syndra is providing.
Yeah, well done, both players. Nick Butcher cleaning it up that round. Again, very strong player, no stranger to top 8s here. Demos, first time in a big top 8 position, doing really, really well, making it to top 4, getting his gold foil. Congratulations to Damien, well played.
Keeping it calm and collected, even on Slippy. At this tournament, Slippy hasn't done amazing.
Yeah,
Not a massive amount of conversion to 24 or 48.
yeah, absolutely. He was the only Slippy that really converted super well. So
But also speaks to his skill at draft. He's been putting in the hours. We know he's been putting in the hours.
yeah, ton of
And
draft reps.
At Nationals, it's all the more important to be good at draft.
Yeah, gotta be good at
the
both.
tournament to
Gotta be-
qualify for top 8 is draft.
Absolutely, can't be
So-
sleeping on the draft format.
You can be sure that the rest of the players in top 8 have been practicing their
And
draft reps.
Cody, I don't want to get you going here, but it's a Nick Butcher versus Justin Lim finals.
Whoa, now that's
Is that not the case? Am I right there?
that's
the
the
finals.
case.
Oh my god.
Kasai versus Syndra.
That's an intense game to watch.
And Cody, you've taken Kasai to some very respectable finishes, even at the Pro Tour.
LA, it
LA,
was.
yeah.
Kasai,
Yeah, Kasai
not
very
as
close.
strong as it was now, I'd say.
I know, and
But-
Justin on Kasai, massive.
He's been on it since day one, I'll say.
Yeah.
He's got
Yeah,
a
you
million
and
and one
Justin.
reps on Kasai. If he's got a plan for Syndra, if anyone's got a plan for Syndra, you
Oh,
can
it's
bet Justin.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can bet that he knows exactly what he wants to see. He knows exactly how he wants to block. And it's going to be one to watch for sure.
It's almost going to be a sort of redo of the underdog versus the established player.
Again,
Justin,
yeah.
another Melbourne hometown hero, same locals as Demos, same locals as us.
But Nick Butcher going for the two-time
Going for the
national
two-time
champion.
national champion,
That
that'd
would
be
be
big.
a sight.
Is that the first in the world?
No, there's been a couple. We've got, I know Oliver Berry, I'm pretty sure, just won Nationals in New Zealand. He won it last year as well,
Okay.
if I'm
True.
not wrong. And maybe Dylan Thompson in Ireland?
In Ireland, yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, did Dylan win this year as well?
I'm not 100% sure, but Nick Butcher going for the back-to-back in Australia. I mean, I'm biased, but I like to think it's pretty high
Yeah,
competition
it's high
around
competition
here.
out here, yeah,
So to
for
go
sure.
for 2 times is amazing.
It's
and a
pretty
testament
big.
to skill.
Yeah, Sam had the opportunity to go for the 2-time, stopped by Justin. Let's see if Justin can stop another 2-timer from stamping his mark on the Aussie Nat scene. Hopefully, we see a great game out of these two.
Yeah. And Justin has been playing almost perfect for the whole tournament.
Yeah, he destroyed me in draft, so
Calm and collected, even under pressure, looking to take the first national championship under his belt. I'm sure many more events like this for Justin in the future.
yeah, first big top 8 making it all the way to finals is insane for Justin. So he, regardless of the result, he should be really proud of himself.
And even on Kasai, Verdance was not a slacker matchup.
No.
He's
no.
cut through 2 in top 8 of the best Verdance of the tournament.
Yeah,
If
super
he's-
impressive.
If he was unfavored there, he must be laughing now that he's into Syndra. I would say probably not a favored matchup for Kasai, but definitely nowhere near the level of Verdance.
No.
You have a lot more tools to deal with Kasai, to deal with Syndra, cracking that gold for tempo, making sure those on-hits are breaking through. The Centauri Sabers, again, really hard to block for Syndra.
Yeah, so much value block out of your of the Kasai stuff, and the Dynamos would be massive. But thank you for having us, Mr. Logan.
Yeah,
That was an
thank you
absolute
very
blast to
much.
cast.
Thanks very much for joining us, Cody and Andy. That was a excellent stream there. Really good match.
Yeah.
And really appreciated having you both on the stream.
Of course.
No
I'm going to
worries.
head
With
over
that
to the stream
expert
table and
background.
watch the game.
Yeah, me too.
Perfect.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We are just setting up for the finals. We'll be with you very shortly. We've got the brackets on screen, but it's going to be Justin Lim versus Nick Butcher in the finals. Join us again in just a few minutes. Okay, team, welcome back. We have with us Spencer, aka Spen Dog, and
boosting
Isaac
Spen Dog.
Kazakas, both from Melbourne.
Hello, team.
So, we've got Nick Butcher from up in Sydney versus our hometown hero, Justin Lim, from here in Melbourne. You've got the list in front of you guys. What do you reckon? What does this match look like?
Yeah, so it's actually a pretty interesting one. They versed, funnily enough, in Swiss, and Justin fell to Nick Butcher, but he realized that he brought in the wrong headpiece. We see Kawatori in the list, and he brings that in to stop the Wrath of Retribution, and he just forgot to do it, and he got punished pretty hard. So I think he's itching for the revenge here.
Okay, so you think Justin could have a pretty clear game in front of him?
I think he could. He's practiced it a lot. He might be able to take it out.
Yeah, I have no idea how this matchup goes, but I'm pretty sure Kasai is an absolute value engine. Just the block on the Valiant Dynamos is going to carry him, and the longer the game goes for Kasai, the better it's going to be.
Yeah, and the issue is they get the flick value every turn, but Kasai gets the dynamo value, so it kind of cancels out. And when Syndra's not hitting twice, because Kasai can block and play 2-card hands, it doesn't look too pretty for Syndra.
Kasai functions really well on smaller card hands, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Syndra wants to be playing out all 4 cards, having 4-card hands, 5-card hands, threatening as many mass triggers as possible.
Yeah.
Which training Mars triggers is a lot harder when your opponent is able to block very well.
And we can't forget the Warrior Fridge. We know Dynamo blocks like a million, but we think about the chest, the arms, they're both temper. This is back in the old Flesh and Blood days when they made these equipment. Very good against Syndra.
Very, very good. Players shuffling up here.
And of course, Nick Butcher, he's aiming for the two-time national champion.
Yeah, how good is that? It's it will feel such an honour for Nick to win this. He is a great player and he really loves representing the country.
Definitely.
What does it mean, guys? Both of these players into the national team now. I'm pretty sure we will see Nick for sure at Worlds. Not so sure about Justin.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Justin, I do know him pretty well personally. He's a pretty busy guy, and traveling for these international events is pretty hard. But I think because he's practiced a lot and he's done so well, there's a very real chance we might see him at Worlds.
Yeah, he is a great player, and he tops a lot of local events.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can make it.
It's really funny because here down in Australia we know of Justin. We see him everywhere. He's topping everything, and it's nice to show him a bit to the world now.
Yeah, and he's topped now, and he's showing off his skill, and it's his time to shine.
Yeah.
Perfect. And just looking at the World Tour, Nick's here in 12th place with 35 points. What do you think this win would mean for Nick in terms of the World Tour?
Yeah, I think it would help a lot. I was talking to Nick a bit before, and he was saying he really wanted to go to Japan as well for the calling. And I think just that extra incentive, just push him. It's really nice to have these World Tour points. It's just a bit more of a reward for playing the game, seeing the world, It's so cool.
Yeah, excellent.
I had no idea what a World Tour point is. I'm going to be real, guys.
So, Spencer, you actually got some World Tour points when you won the Battle Hardened in
Really?
Taiwan. So just to do a brief advertisement on LSS's behalf, the World Tour points, it's a special little tour they're running with a $100,000 prize pool. So Player of the Year, $25,000 US, and regional champs each get $15,000 US, and then there's a few more prizes for second and third place. So if we look at Asia Pacific, let's see where you are, Spencer. You are...
I can't imagine I'm up there.
Yeah, I can't actually find your name.
I'm not even on the
first stage.
Boosting Spendog exposed.
Battle Hardened obviously doesn't give that many points.
Yeah, I'm washed.
But yeah, this is interesting here because Nick's 1 point away from his nearest competitor, Pudding Tam. So a win today would really put him in a great position for that APAC leaderboard.
Definitely. I actually saw as well Pudding Tam was leading at the Hong Kong Nationals.
Oh, is that on this weekend too?
Yeah, so it's quite funny that they're both doing quite well. And I guess it shows, it's reflective of the World Tour points.
Yeah. And Oliver Berry in 6th place, having just won last weekend.
Yeah, on the Gravy Bones.
Our previous guest, Cody Jabert, here on 7th place, tied with some of the others.
Cody gave. He's a good player. He's pretty good.
He is. Unfortunately, not making it through to the top 8 this weekend, but I'm sure he did his best.
Yeah, he tried.
But perhaps his commentary was better than his games. I can definitely say that because my commentary was better than my games.
Yep.
Here we go.
All right, so a bit of a confident play here from Nick, just showing his equipment straight up. He knows exactly what he's doing in this match.
He doesn't need to hide it.
Nick's one of those players that he plays with full confidence. He doesn't muck around with secret tech or hiding the equipment. He comes into the game feeling proud, feeling strong, and he's showing it here.
Yeah, and we see the Kabuto being presented this time. I know Justin was so upset when he didn't present it, but it's ready.
So how much do you think that Kabuto is worth when it comes to this matchup?
So, funnily enough, with Syndra, if you can stop their mask triggers, they become a pretty fair deck, but there's one card, Wrath of Retribution, that comes in and it swings the daggers, and that card just gets a bit out of hand. And as soon as you see that, you can just go block Kabuto, and it's blocking 2, and it's stopping around like 4 points from the daggers. So it's kind of like a carrying a husk sort of thing.
Yeah, sure.
So it adds a lot there.
So you're telling me this card basically says turn off Wrath of Retribution for one turn?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nice.
Wow. The game might go quick and we might not even see Wrath of Retribution, but if we do see it, it's a great piece to prevent it.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we know Butcher was on the higher seed, so he just elected to go second. Kasai just trying to fill that grave, get some yellows in there, get some gold.
Damn, is that a blood on her hands?
Having to use a blood in her hands this early is a little bit unfortunate.
Okay, so Justin just going for an Arsenal and pass.
Yeah.
Justin putting the blood on her hands in the grave might not be such a bad thing, as it might be fast, and it's just seen it this early without any copper. It's not going to be that good anyway, and getting it in the bin for Kasai's activated ability to like on hit gain more gold could give him more reach.
Yeah, definitely.
In the game. And Nick here thinking about starting with a kunai. Is his hand this bricked going second?
Oh, I see
not.
a
I'm pretty
Ronin
sure there's a
Renegade.
hit jab in there.
Yeah, so this is interesting that he wants to start with the dagger. Maybe he thinks the game will go a bit longer and he wants to have some good cards for that second cycle. But we know the whole Syndra deck is red, so no matter what you pitch, it's going to be the same card down there.
Okay, there it is, dagger away.
There we go.
Now, one of the locals said to me that the names in this finals is actually a card pun. Justin Nick. I think that's pretty bad, but chat, what do you think? This is the quote-unquote Justin Nick finals.
Chat. Discarding Shelter here, preventing the 1 damage. This will also prevent any future flick knives. So 1 Shelter out of the 3 seen so far is absolutely phenomenal. This is not what Nick Butcher wants to be seen, but that is okay. And he does have the Draconic Head Jab. So interesting to think
He
he's
started
starting
with the dagger. That was interesting, actually.
Maybe he doesn't have enough to go wide, and he has 2 finishes in hand. So
Yeah,
3.
yeah. He's pitching the Art of Dragonfire, so maybe it's just too many finishes. One's going to go in Arsenal, one's going to get played, and you're set up for another turn.
So Dynamo coming into block here. How much is Dynamo worth in this matchup? How much does it actually block for?
Honestly, it's like limitless. However long the game goes, Dynamo is getting more and more value. I think we can definitely see it block 3 to 4, and if Syndra's not quick enough, it's going to block even more.
Right.
Yeah. The longer the game goes, the more value Valiant Dynamos gets here.
Yeah.
But that does mean the Kasai does have to swing weapons twice to remove that -1 counter, which means there is going to be a little bit of back and forth. Kasai can't just block out here forever,
Yeah.
and does have to take some damage.
And we see the blood runs deep here, so just too resource heavy for this hand. Had to pitch the Art of Dragonfire. Also wanted to get the extra value from flicking the dagger that's on the chain. It's not an ideal start for Nick here, but it's workable. Just get some damage, get an arsenal, get your daggers back.
Yeah, and just say, go next.
Yeah, and the beauty of this deck is it's just so consistent.
Yeah.
I mean, if we look at the list again, Nick's got 7 cards in the list that aren't red.
Yeah, exactly. When you're drawing those hands and you're just like, it's all red, you know what they're going to do. They do the same thing and they do it well. It's interesting because before the weekend, actually, I was talking to Nick and I wanted to see what he was playing. And he's like, I want to play Syndra. And I was like, that's not really a Nick deck. But it's just so consistent, it's doing it well, and it's paying off here.
Yeah, Nick, I think, traditionally known for more of those stall decks. I mean, Oldham was a classic Nick deck.
Yeah.
He does tend to prefer a bit of the long and heavy kind of gaming. So yeah, it is interesting to see him switch to a more of a hot and heavy deck.
Yeah. And we see block the Master Trigger, just that Warrior Fridge, just being able to keep so many cards here. So Justin started off first, but he's going to come in with a 4-card hand here, and only at 30, only taking 5 damage. It's almost as if he's just going second.
Yeah, this is a strong start for Justin. I'd be happy if I was Justin here. That turn didn't look super amazing, and hopefully we can clap back and send 2 swords.
So we see some key cards here from Justin we really want to be seeing. Spoils of War, of course. It's really hard for Syndra to block and present more damage. Oh, and we see an Eye of Ophidia pitched, just sculpt that next hand very well.
Yeah, the $900 card that every single gravy on planet Earth needs to play.
What can I say? It's a good card. might need to ban that one day. Who knows?
Who knows? Hey, I don't think it's ban worthy, but I don't think it's $900 worthy. Maybe it's reprint worthy, but fables are fables, and I don't think they're getting reprinted.
Yeah. See you run through. So this is just like the classic heavy hitters Kasai hand. Just the 2-card 7, reset the dynamos, but it's enough to get ahead into Syndra.
100%. And these Centauri Sabers, I believe they say if this is defended by an attack action card, it gets +1 power.
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
these Sabers, Nick doesn't really want to block at all, but then again, he is Syndra, so he never actually really wants to block.
Exactly.
ever, right?
No, and the Saber's just so effective in the current meta because it is such an attack-heavy meta right now. The Illusionists are gone. Well, mostly gone. Prism's still here, but it really is all about attacks here, and Sabers just get so much value now.
100%.
Even Verdance, which is probably the closest thing you see to a non-attack deck, it's probably 50% attack still.
Yeah, it's quite telling of the current meta that we have the two decks that punish the allies are doing very well. Do we think that the Gravy representation just really helped Kasai and Syndra do well this weekend?
Yeah, 100%. The choice of picking Syndra or Kasai here is 100% impacted on the popularity of Gravy right now. These two decks just like wash the floor with Gravy, and there's no surprise that these two decks are in the finals right now. I don't believe there were any Gravies in top 8, which is unfortunate for these decks, but they've prevailed through everything else and all the Verdances, and now they're going head to head, and I wonder what they have, how this matchup goes.
Yeah.
All right, Rob, I did a quick poll in the chat. The results are inconclusive. Justin Nick is 50-50, being a terrible pun.
50-50. I'm going to go ahead and vote it's terrible, but that's just me.
So, looking at this match, we've played through 3 or 4 turns each. Let's get an early prediction from both of you. Who's going to win?
I'm going to have to back my boy Justin here. I predicted him to win the whole event before it even started, actually. I'm going to toot my own horn there. But I think he can take it out.
And how about you, Spendor?
I do agree. I think this matchup will be close. Getting damage through Kasai is quite hard, but Syndra just doesn't stop throwing damage out.
Yeah. I will say it is a good start for Syndra right here, actually, leaking a lot of damage here and blocking with the spoils from Justin. So we have to wonder what is in his hand.
What's in Justin's hand?
To be better than a spoils.
Going down to 26. That's just above halfway through the life totals. So this game could be faster than we thought.
Yeah, just really trying to minimize the dynamo value, I think.
Yeah, it's so key to end the game quickly for Nick here because the longer it goes, Dynamo it's one life every turn, right?
Yeah, and we know ninjas love doing their one damage. They're poking you. It's eventually going to kill you, but if they got dynamos on the other side of the table, it doesn't work that way. This is a pretty big turn from Nick here. Usually, Syndra just sending 3s, but there's a bunch of 4s, and even the 3 that Nick sent is actually on hit another 1, so there's a lot of 4s here, looking Aurora-esque.
Oh my god, flashbacks to Aurora? Oh, I do love Aurora.
Yeah,
I don't know how many people do though.
It turns out that 0 for 4s are just so good in this game, and
When you're
when they have
converting your
Gilligan and Mask,
Yeah.
come
Honestly.
on.
If you play 3 0 for 4s, if each one is 1 above rate, you essentially drew a card, which is busted, and we know Snatch is busted.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... It's kind of reminds me of Briar at this point, but you just don't have Force of Nature for the crazy draw of possibilities.
Yeah.
You don't have those crazy spike turns or Chairman or Rogue Force of Nature, but you just have consistency, and you have Mask always there, always getting triggered like twice at least with the Flick Knives.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
That's the strength of this deck. Being able to force Master, like forcing your opponent to block once or twice, is already bad, and then the unpreventable flick damage
Yeah.
is just...
It adds up.
It adds up here.
Now, do you reckon that the lack of Guardians this weekend let decks like this through? Because, I mean, if you look at Guardian, Bravo's got Starstruck, they've got Chokeslam, all these casts are shut down turns like this. I mean, Spinal Crush just eats these decks. But there's no Guardians here.
Yeah.
I mean, no Jarls made it through. I don't think there was a single Bravo played.
There was a Victor in the top 8 that Nick Butcher actually took down. It did look like, funnily enough, the Syndra was winning the clashes against Victor.
You're joking.
Yeah, so
How do you lose that clash?
it was very funny. There's like, the Victor's playing the gold main estates, they block, reveal estate, and then Nick's revealing Rabble for 5, and he's winning the clashes, and he's just getting slowly ahead.
I know Nick's been working out, but I mean, come on, Syndra should not be winning clashes.
I know.
That is foul.
It's wild. A lot of Guardians have been gatekept out of the format by Gravy Bones. Like, lots of Guardians are trying tech like Midas Touch and Yellow Zealous Belting as well.
Yeah.
But it's just not enough to beat Gravy Bones. I think Gravy Bones is too popular and too much of a threat that decks like Syndra
And we see the other Spores War being played, so we know why he blocked with one. He just didn't want too many.
Okay, so Spores of War, the key card here.
Yep. And a Kasai activation will be interesting to see how Nick actually blocks here.
Does Nick actually care about the on-hit gold, or does Nick just want to obliterate this Kasai?
I know Nick has played a bit of Kasai in his time, so he might know the power of the copper and gold, and he might respect it.
It's very hard to respect when your entire deck is 2 blocks, though.
Yeah, and then that Saber is making them block even 1 less.
That's just the Kasai insane, ridiculous value that it has against Syndra right here.
Yeah, and we see a Blade Flurry as well, just playing your own 0-4s. So if Nick went to block there, he would have got punished by the Blade Flurry, so it was pretty heads-up play to not block there.
100%. Mum, we have 0-4 at home, and it's Blade Flurry. Still very above rate, just pushing damage through. Syndra never really wanting to block. Another Saber coming in here for 4.
All right, chat.
And
So
Nick's just taking it.
we just closed the poll. 60% favouring Justin here.
Justin on Kasai. It is a close one. That was a big turn to swing the tables. Nick does have a 4-card hand here, though.
So Nick effectively just leaked all that damage, right? Was I missing something, or he just took it all?
I think
He just took it all.
Or maybe he blocked with 1 card here.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much face-up gaming here. There's no secrets.
Yeah. But starting with an Ignite on a 3-card hand does mean you get to go 4 chain links wide, so you can actually threaten Mask 3 times.
Now that's
2 times, sorry.
That's wild. Hopefully there's a shelter in Justin's hand right here.
Yeah, when you're thinking of cards to stop Syndra, the first one that comes to mind is just definitely Shelter.
Why is shelter good?
Well, just stopping that 1 damage from the flick. Sometimes they need the value from the Blood Splatter Vest, get the resource, and then it could just fully end their turn, as well as just committing only 1 card to stopping the Mask.
Yeah, 100%. That flick knives just keeps the chain going, and being able to just stop it and say nope, no Mask on the 1 attack, and then keep the rest of your hand, kind of saucy.
Very saucy indeed.
1 go again here, just taking it into a head jab for 3 on hit Mark. This might be a block. This is Mask trigger here, and if this does hit and Mark, Nick might have the availability of a fealty in the near future.
Did Justin reset his Dynamos last turn? He did definitely swing twice.
He might have missed it.
It's really unfortunate to miss because there's a Rabble coming in for 4 here.
Oh!
So you want to block 1 card in armor and it would be perfect Dynamo time.
Perfect Dynamo time.
I'm not too sure if he missed it or if he blocked it and I missed it, but either way, it's a good 3-card hand from Nick here.
Yeah, I believe he didn't block with it. If he did have the Dynamo block here, it would be an easy, clean block.
Yeah. But we have the rest of the fridge still, so it's alright. We'll try not to forget that again, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I am rooting for Kasai, I reckon, Justin here. Because Kasai is not one of the decks you see around every day.
Yeah.
You see a lot of Syndras, but not a lot of Kasais. And it is an interesting pick. I know
Definitely.
lots of people pivoting to Kasai for this event, just because no one knows how to play into it. It's good into Gravy, and has a few other good matchups as well.
Yeah.
How much advantage does it get in running through to the allies with the free on hit effectively?
The real advantage there is Spoils of War triggering on the allies. So you get your big
Right.
copper, you're clearing the board, and then you just like blunder hands, and you just do too much damage for the gravy to really deal with.
Yeah, okay, so you can just load up that copper and go nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just have like a crazy huge turn with the copper, and then you can also swing face, kill allies, and just split damage essentially.
Yeah. And we see Justin right now does have 4 copper, so next time he draws a blunder hands, he's good to go. I imagine Nick's pretty scared of that, and he's just saying no blocks here, make the game shorter.
Yeah. We're about 5 turns in, maybe 6, and it's in the 20s already.
Yeah.
This game is just going so fast.
Justin reset the Dynamos. Interestingly though, one of Kasai's biggest weaknesses is they get the copper, they get their money that they need for their payoffs, and they just don't draw the payoffs in time.
Yeah.
And because Justin had to play one on turn 0, it might be too little too late when he draws that second one.
Is Kasai a combo deck?
It's a bit of a mid-range deck that suddenly is like, okay, on this turn I'll combo.
It's a mid-range deck that doesn't respect. Oh man, how do I say it?
Ooh, we see a flick on Chainlink 1 here from Nick. I assume he just needs that resource from Blood Splatter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows how wide he's going this turn? If he's flicking this early, maybe he doesn't care about Mask as much.
I see a cut through, I think is the name in the hand, that needs a dagger to hit.
Yeah. So he's getting the information earlier rather than later when he could be stooged.
Yeah, exactly.
Holding the kunai here, maybe he wants to attack with it, but that's an interesting use of a blood splatter resource.
Yeah, something that's actually interesting is you can play cut through and then in reactions flick the dagger and it'll get +1 and go again, but that doesn't really play around shelter, so I think that might be what Nick is trying to play around here.
Okay, so just making sure that the cut through is full power.
Yeah, and has the go again, so you can threaten the mask.
Yeah, here we are, coming in with the cut through for go again due to the kunai hitting. Whipping out the dice. This is a new card in Syndra decks that has been popping up a lot more recently.
Yeah.
It's an interesting card for 4 for sure. It's just a 0 for 4 go again, good rate. Not as good into decks like Verdance that can prevent.
Yeah,
but
stopping that dagger with a mental block
with
and
the-
Seeds of Tomorrow.
Yeah, all that prevention is really scary. But into other decks, if you just don't have the shelter, 0 for 4 go again.
Yeah, you've
Quite
seen
nice.
Alice has been pretty consistent now with printing a lot of those prevention effects. So I think every set now we've had a couple of classes get discard, block 2 with the prevention. We've got Seeds of Tomorrow and a few other effects coming out. How much do you think that prevention's changing the game?
It's changing the game quite a bit. Kano is getting hit hard by it for sure. We're seeing a lot less Kano.
Yeah.
But also decks like Syndra who really want to hit with the flick knives or have the specific on-hit effects. It matters a lot. Wizards, for like Verdance, for example, try to combo you and deal a lot of damage, but prevention effects just stop the arcane. So I think it's pushing arcane down a little bit. I don't know. What do you think, Isaac?
Yeah, I think it's really helping keep Syndra in check. You know, it's nice to punish just the constant double mask triggers. Just those decks that are able to easily fit in those prevention. We see the game is pretty close right now. I think Nick is slightly in head, so I think Justin might need a big power turn like a Blunder Hands. Oh, and we pitch the new Fabled from High Seas, creating a gold. Really powerful in Kasaya here.
Dude, free gold?
Free gold, you get to make your swings free when you crack that gold.
Yeah, right.
Very good.
It's like, essentially, you get a gold, and then you get 2 free resources, and you get a new card.
Yeah.
And it's it's like a really nice glue piece for a lot of these decks, like, especially the heavy hitters decks. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
Kasai, Victor is just nuts in because it cantrips, and you just draw another card. Like, imagine pummeling, and you just draw another card to Arsenal.
Trust me, I've been on the underside of that, and that was today.
That was today. I'm so sorry, man.
I think Justin's used this pretty much every game now, and I'll point out for everyone again, this is my Witches of Tropal. So basically, I'm responsible for Justin being here today.
Yeah.
I'll claim that.
Yeah. Shout out Logan. Yeah, I've had to lend out a few gems as well. I don't have a few gems. I've only lent out one Eye of Ophidia.
And that was to me, right here. Thank you, Boosting Spendog. I'll thank him on stream.
Hey, you're so welcome, bro.
And just a quick shout out for Boosting Spendog. If you get a chance, check out his YouTube channel. He creates some interesting YouTube content about Flesh and Blood. A few backyard confessions and that sort of stuff, Spendog.
And he's actually a battle-hardened champion, by the way. Very good player here.
Yeah, thanks for the plug, guys. I don't know what to say now, but yeah, join the Fabblers.
Join the Fabblers.
Subscribble, all that goodness. You won't be disappointed. You won't be disappointed.
I can attest. We see more copper and gold generation coming from Kasai here.
Oh,
So he's got the money. He just really needs the payoff here.
yeah, Outland Skirmish, giving an on-hit. How much? 1 copper or 2 copper?
On hit 1 copper, and we got Kasai activation, so on hit a gold. Justin sequenced this turn very well here, because Nick actually blocked the first Saber, and now that the on hits are on the second one, it punishes Nick a little bit.
Yeah, and Justin is such a well-planned player. I mean, every time I play against him, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's so stable and calm. It's like watching a robot sometimes.
Yeah, it actually is. It's a little bit scary, but once you get to know him, super nice guy.
Yeah, you can tell he's put the reps in and all the effort into learning the matchups, figuring out his game plan, what to do. Like, who would have thought to bring Kabuto into Syndra?
Yeah.
I don't know what the other options for headpieces are.
There's a lot of different options. You know, you could go with Crown of Providence, stopping that breaking point on hit.
Yeah.
Balance of Justice if they ever have an ancestral empowerment. And he's opting for Kabuto here.
Yeah, there's all the reaction type stuff as well, the sharp eye and
Throw
I mean,
dagger.
Warrior's got so many options now, and I mean, I think so does Ninja too. But let's talk about that. I mean, would you have gone with the Mask in this case? Is there any time when you go with Lynx over Mask?
Lynx is very powerful card, but I think just Syndra's ability with Flick Knives, getting it back, being able to trigger twice, is just, it can't be understated how powerful that is.
Well, there is a scenario where you do run Lynx, and you run Lynx into slower matchups, and if the Kasai game goes way too long, they get too much value from like Dynamos, Dynamos getting blocked with again, for like the third or fourth time.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
A real tempo swing here. I think Justin is a little bit in front now, actually.
Yeah, the choice of Mask over Lynx is just one thing that stood out to me because mostly it's felt like Nick's gone for a very quick game, but I feel like Mask really rewards a longer term game where you're getting a bite every turn.
Yeah.
And Lynx is very much that one and done, go hard, go fast.
If it is a long game and you are using Mask of Momentum,
And we see the blood in her hand. Sorry to interrupt Boosting Spendog, but this is a big power turn. Unfortunately, we can't hear what modes Justin is selecting, but I have to imagine it's a lot of them. There's a lot of copper, and I think this is going to be a pretty big turn.
what does this card do for the viewers? Because
All
I
right,
don't even
for
know.
the fans at home who don't have too many Kasais there. So, as an additional cost to play it, you can destroy any amount of copper, and then you get to choose a lot of modes. So, I assume he chose Go Again, +1, and Swing in twice, because he cracked a gold at the start of the turn, so all his sabers are free. So he gets to just go keep poking for 2. It's kind of like he's the ninja now, except he plays a reaction speed as well. And we know Centauri's Saber just makes those Syndra cards block 1 less, basically. Oh, interesting. I think, is that a Warmonger's
That's a Warmonger's
Diplomacy?
Diplomacy. He does run 3 Warmongers.
He really just values the 3 block, I think, on the non-attack action, not triggering the Saber.
Yeah. The non-attack actions come in real clutch when trying to block. I'm sure he would have loved to play that Warmongers on a previous turn to stop this blood on her hands.
Yeah, that's
But,
very true.
Alright, so there's the
turn
second
too
attack
late.
coming in for the same Centauri.
And I think we see another non-attack being able to block. So really good here from Nick, actually. He gets the block, get the full value, not blocking with an attack.
Wow.
Yeah, Ancestral comes down. Very nice.
Not being able to get the buff on the Centauri Sabers is like so nice for Nick here. He managed to draw 2 things that are not attack actions and block with them. And get
Beautiful
full-
timing.
Definitely.
full
And we
value.
see a new card for Kasai, Unsheath. This card is really powerful. It gives +3, and I'm pretty sure if the attack is double its base, it gets free go again as well, and I assume he's going to be able to swing twice with this Saber.
Yeah. So maybe he didn't pick Go Again on the blood on her hands. Maybe he knew he had the Go Again for
Yeah.
this Unsheathed.
I think he chose +2 twice because the
Yeah.
weapons are defaulting on 4.
Yeah.
So this attack could be for 7.
This is super strong.
Very heads-up play here.
Yeah, he took the full
and
7.
we see him taking it, and we reset the
Is-
Dynamo. I think Justin's in a pretty happy spot here.
Yeah.
And he's still got Kabuto, so that is really nice here because
Yeah.
he can just shut down a turn, click of his fingers.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to be a Wrath turn, it's just anything. He can pull back that tempo.
Definitely. I think actually that was one of the ways that Nick can get back into this game is if he finds a really strong Wrath turn, but he had to hope that the Kabuto was forceful to block with as well.
100%. Like, the life disparity is huge, and what makes it crazier is that Justin's still got like 5 block left on his equipment.
And that's
Like,
not including Valiant Dynamo resetting every turn.
literally.
And now that Nick's actually at 6, he's quite vulnerable to the damage of the reaction step from Kasai.
Yeah, so Nick's sitting back here. He's got the 4s, the 0 for 4 go-agains. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, 15 life. Justin doesn't care that much.
Yeah.
Unless it's a Mass Trigger.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think it's really scary when Justin decides to keep his cards and then Nick has to start thinking, okay, what reacts do I have to play around?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them now.
Yeah, and I mean, while Nick had that, so for just 4 damage missed there, a little bit nicer for Nick, but yeah, Justin okay to take damage here. Alright, so 2 free resources off the chess piece.
He gets to draw a card from the gold and the sabers are free now. So Justin's got a 4-card hand here, sabers are free, and Nick's at 6. I have to say, I'm not feeling good if I was in Nick's position.
It feels bad. I mean, if you wanted to put odds on it, I'd say it's up to 80-20 here.
Yeah. Nick needs a crazy big hand. He needs like his Wrath hand, which he literally cannot do due to Kabuto.
Yep.
Now, I do see one Ancestral in there, so he's got at least one hand where he can dodge the Saber effect.
Yeah. But then again, if you're just blocking, you're just giving Justin full tempo here, and he's just going to close it out next turn.
Whoa.
Now we see him go down to 2, and there's a
Whoa.
Blade Flurry.
2 is just such a bad place to be against a warrior.
And we see I think that's a red hidden run, so this will be a very big Saber.
How much is this coming in for?
This might be looking like the last turn of our Australian Nationals.
6.
With 6 one card in hand, if there's an attack reaction, this could be it.
How do you get out of this as Nick here? I mean,
It's really hard.
you survive, but
Now you're in
what do you
like...
do with
with
next?
what?
Exactly.
You're attacking for what? 1 damage?
Okay, he blocks the 6. Justin doesn't look to have the reaction.
Oh, going down
But
to
he's
1.
going to get an Arsenal, I think. Oh, does he have any cards in hand? He does. So he has a card in Arsenal. Nick's at 1. Justin can just say no blocks. Send me the bill and just take it.
So I think Nick's done something very clever here because he's conserved 3 cards. He's conserved Mask. He's got some options. He's got the Ancestral, so he's got a little bit of tricksiness himself.
Yeah, actually, that could be a way back in the game.
If he gets Mask off, he could be over 11 here easily, and Justin could be fighting for his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 1 Mask trigger is enough to get a ton of value. Like, drawing a 0 for 4 is just insane, and he still has the block left on Mask.
Yeah, let's not underrate how well Nick knows how to play this game. He's in it to the very last minute.
Block for 3 here.
There's the Ancestral.
Very heads up play
Boom.
from Justin blocking the first chain link. So he isn't susceptible to that Ancestral trigger the Mask.
Yeah, a little bit blown out. Using Ancestral on the first attack to gain the most amount of knowledge that he can for his turn here, and still hitting.
And it looks like Nick has just drawn an Art of Dragonfire, and he doesn't have his chest anymore, so it might be really inefficient to play that out here.
So is he hitting here? I haven't seen any damage go through yet.
I think Justin might be thinking on defense reactions if he has like a shelter or something.
He's taking the point.
Yeah.
It'd
This
be
is way
interesting
too
to
close.
see how Nick plays this hand. Will he just pitch to swing the Art of Dragonfire? No. Maybe he has a nice finisher in his arsenal. Tuck the Art of Dragonfire, and then maybe he can sneak a win with just that 2 unpreventable damage.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate that.
There's a lot of damage, and there are lots of other ways in this deck to gain resources. Like you have Ignite, you have Art of the Dragon Blood.
Yeah.
You've got more Rising Resentments. If it's in Arsenal, Rising Resentment isn't real, but you know what I mean, right?
It was either that or you got Justin playing. Oh, and the take it on the chin for the flick.
Far out. Take it on the chin.
Not letting Nick have any damage whatsoever.
Oh my God.
Justin
That is-
acknowledges he's got the lead. He doesn't want to do anything silly here.
That is the tech for this matchup.
That's a blowout right there.
Get the agility and just keep swinging. Take cards from Nick's hand.
Yeah, being able to do like 1 card, swing both sabers, that takes 2 cards out of Nick's hand. And resets Dynamos. Maybe begging for some armor here, but getting that agility and preventing the flick is just backbreaking right
Very
now.
good. We know Justin, he's still got so much equipment left. He hasn't touched that chest at all.
Yeah.
Kabuto is still there. He might even block Kabuto before Wrath because he's just like, I'm ahead.
I think he
I'll
could do
win
that.
the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Ooh,
there.
and we see a snatch.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Justin just reading the Dragon Scalers, just wants to double check it can't give go again to the snatch.
Yeah.
Oh, and because Nick is using the fealty, it actually can. So I think Justin will have to block this one, otherwise it's going to be a low drawing.
Yeah, this is a must block here, and he's able to just give it go again. If he draws the card, he's able to
And
play
there we see
the
the
5 card.
Kabuto getting blocked before Wrath of Retribution.
Yeah, I mean, that makes so much sense here with... hang on a sec. That's
Hold
not
the
a
phone.
weapon.
That ain't a kunai. What is Nick doing here? That's a kunai. Oh, both kunai face left.
Okay.
Just like to point that out.
Just want to recognise here the skill of these players. I mean, this is the 15th round of Flesh and Blood that they've played this weekend.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the fatigue as well, the mental fatigue for playing so many games of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a high-skilled game, and you can see the level of concentration in these players. It's so intense, and I mean, they're playing at the highest level here
Yeah.
to represent their country, to take home the trophy.
You have to imagine Nick just puts the mask in front and says, I hope you have no reactions. But he can't do that for this one. It's going to have to be a card. Oh, he's got a shelter in the hand. He could actually be safe here from any reaction Justin has, and that could be a blowout for the comeback that he needs.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, he is losing those resources, though. I mean, we've seen the marks come out here. So he's signalling that he's no longer going to be going for those wide chains. It's just card economy here.
Yeah.
Okay, and
we
Shelton
see-
coming out as the primary.
Ooh, interesting. So Nick's going to have a 4-card hand here. And Justin's got no more gold, so he can't just do off 1 card, draw a card, and his savers are free. He's going to have to keep cards now. This could be a pretty close game now.
This match looked 80-20 before, but I think the skill of Nick, he's
bringing it back.
balancing this out.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, this is a game here. This is the finals that you want.
I think he's just itching for the 2-time Australian national champion. I think he just wants it.
Yeah, I mean, what an honour it would be.
You see, the classic Syndra play. Start with a head jab.
Classic head jab. Starting the chain link, first chain link out of 3 maybe. Making the next thing draconic as well.
Okay, so he's got Blaze Headlong and what is it, Cut Through as well?
Yeah,
Or
so
cut through.
as Justin takes more and more damage, he becomes more susceptible to that Art of Dragon Fire for lethal in Nick's arsenal. So this could actually be a comeback from Nick here.
Yeah, this is a good arsenal. Being able to arsenal unpreventable. What is this damage preventable?
The Art of Dragon Fire is not preventable unless he could have to take it on the chin.
He could have to take it on the
How many
chin.
is he playing in the list?
Who knows?
He's playing 2, so there's 1 more to come.
Yeah,
That could be another blowout.
yeah. If he does have the prevention, that's amazing. That's another reason why prevention in this format is absolutely amazing. But otherwise, Justin can't afford to go below 3.
He's going to have to give some cards at some point. And the armor is whittling down now. We were just talking about it last time. He had
Yeah.
like 5 armor. We're looking now, there's only 2.
He was sitting comfy, but now it's looking a little bit more scary.
Justin's going to have to keep cards to kill him, but Nick does not have access to Mask Momentum block anymore. So we know Nick's going to have to give cards if Justin can present the damage.
Yeah, and once he's in a position where he has to give away the flick knives, it just becomes a little bit harder to manage his turns because the cards like Cut Through start to become a little bit harder to use.
Yeah.
I think this might be the last turn that flick knives is on the board, team.
Yeah. He's probably thinking about should he make this cut through draconic, or does he play this blaze headlong here?
The issue with the cut through here is if Justin has one of those prevention effects and he goes for the flick, he could get absolutely blown out. So I think he just has to play the Blaze Headlong now. It's just the safer line, and I think it's what he has to do to get back in this game.
Yeah. Don't worry about getting that dagger back at end of turn. You've still got the other
Yeah,
one.
you just got to take the value where you can get it.
Yeah, and I think Justin may have rolled through all his shelters here. So is he free?
There's
if
just
he
the
goes
one
Cut
take it
Through?
on the chin.
Oh yes, take it on the chin.
So
Out of prevention? Is that what we're talking here?
I
got
think it
one
might be
more.
possible. So, I mean, is that what Nick's weighing up here? Is he
I think
weighing
it
up what the
is.
value of Cut Through is versus the reaction now?
it's got to be pretty risky to play the cut through, but he's thinking about it hard.
He's so ready to play it.
I'll tell you now, if I was in that position, I wouldn't do it. I'm too scared of losing. I think you could come back from this position, but being blown out by a prevention effect might be the way that it gets closed out.
100%. Like this is like anyone's game.
It really is. We thought Justin was well in front, but Nick's clawed it back, and I think this might be the most important turn of the game.
Yeah, and you can see that with the time that both players are taking now to assess every decision. Nothing's going away for free.
Yeah.
We're on the edge of our seat here. We don't know.
Okay,
He's
it is
locked
the
in
cut
for the
through.
cut through. Does Justin have the prevention? I'm worried for Nick here.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting choice because, it's very modal for Nick because if he sees enough, he can flick. If he doesn't, he can keep it.
Yeah.
He's got good choices.
It's very. He just really values buying back that dagger, I assume.
Yeah.
So he can still play Cut Through, it's just its effect isn't live until it hits.
Yeah. Until the flick goes through.
Yeah, the dagger has
So-
to hit here.
At the moment it's just 3 attack, but it could be 4 go again, so he could buy a point of damage.
Yeah. Quite a greedy line
Ooh,
here.
I think Justin does not have the prevention.
No prevention.
Okay, so we see the flick go through.
He had it in the arsenal, so he could only use the blocking part.
What?
Damn.
What?
What? Yeah, he could only block with it.
I
That's
imagine
such a
there has to
shame.
be a sigh of relief from Nick there. I think if he saw a prevention effect, he would have been like, that's it.
So Flick hits and we block the blaze. So
And
Justin
we have a 2-card hand from Justin here. What can he do?
preserving his life though.
We see an unsheathed. So this Saber's going to be coming in for 5. Nick's going to have to give up 2 cards, and if they're attack actions, they're not going to block very well.
No, I mean effectively here he's going to have to commit the Flick Knives. I'm sure that was Flick Knives last turn. It can't stay.
Yeah.
Have the shoes been blocked with yet?
And we got our win. Justin Lim is our
Justin
new Australian national champion. Very well played.
On Kasai,
On Kasai.
the underdog, Justin Lim is your winner of Australian Nationals 2025. Oh my god.
It was a masterful game from both players, actually. We thought Nick was out. He came back. He brought it back, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
I think Nick just acknowledged he had all attacks. He wouldn't be able to block the Sabres very well, and he was just going to lose all his cards.
Yeah, those Sabres, just incredibly hard to block. And he played it so masterfully, knew what he was doing, knew what was going on, brought the Kabuto, just had tons of armor block, and just played it just perfectly.
A little bit of backstory for the fans at home. Last year at Australian Nationals, Justin Lim actually came 9th. So for him to come back, get the top 8, and actually close it out, I'm sure it must mean a lot for him.
Just an amazing end to this story. Ah! We got some pictures going.
All right.
What a game.
That was
a
unbelievable. I mean, we saw so much interplay between both of those guys at the end there. It could have been anyone's game.
Yeah.
Nick played it superbly, but in the end,
Definitely.
just the Centauri Sabres.
Yeah, just that +1 value. It's so hard to block when you're on these aggressive decks.
What a good economy. And I mean, you see there, you talked at the beginning about how Kabuto was the right choice. It was the right choice.
Yeah.
I think so much value in that game.
It's not even that, it's just there. So Nick knows if he ever draws Wrath, he's got to pitch it. He can't have it. It's just something that he has to accept.
Yeah, and it's just an inevitable thing for the Syndra player. And, yep.
So we know it was also for this tournament, Justin actually lost the first round of Swiss, and then he just won out on day 1.
Wow, that was amazing. I think, what a superb match, and look, full credit to Nick.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy. Deserved, bro.
Can't think of anyone more deserving. Maybe boosting Spendog, but that's for next year.
Nah, Justin 100% deserves this. Oh, he's got one of those unsheathed in his deck of mine.
2 of those are mine as well.
Oh, really?
Wow,
Crazy.
Spencer, we're really helping him become the Australian national champion.
We have a big part in this.
That's right.
And
yeah.
Logan's Riches, us casting team, we're really helping him out.
Yeah.
Honestly,
That's
I
what
think
Melbourne's
we
all
deserve
about.
the winnings.
Yeah, I'm going to claim half. The Fable was the most important card.
Yeah.
Yeah, cut the gold fall 3 ways. Especially if it's a good one, too.
I mean, look, I just want to recognise the Melbourne community is such a good community. It's produced now, 2 national champions?
Yeah.
3, in fact, yeah. Because we've had
Yeah, it was Zach,
Zach, and now
Justin.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that was a superb match.
It
Thank
was
you.
very good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us to cast that. We're
Thanks
just
for
gonna,
having us on.
Yeah, thanks, lol. I mean, yeah.
We're going to grab Justin very shortly to do a quick interview. But yeah, thanks Isaac, thanks Spendog.
Thanks, Logan.
We'll be back in a second.
Thanks for listening, guys.
Alright, so we're here with Justin. Let's get the mic out of the way.
Absolutely, get that out of the way there.
He's opening the door for us.
Beautiful.
What do you want, Justin? What's the goal?
There you go.
Is there a Grains of Blood spill? I love that card.
There is.
All right, Grains.
Let's go. Do you want to show everyone first?
Yeah, I'll just flip it like this.
Go.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey!
Good one.
It's Skullbank cross wrap.
Holy shit.
That's my first hero. My first hero is Elia.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very good. How do you feel after winning the Australian Nats?
Relieved.
Yeah? You had some tough matchups there and you cleaned up the Verdances there.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you were worried about at any point, or
Myself mostly.
Fab's worst enemies to play themselves?
Yeah, I lost the first round actually,
Oh.
and I had to, get my mental back in because I was actually winning that game, and I felt like I kind of threw it, just made a few misplays. And
That's right, you got all your misplays out in the first
Yeah,
round.
exactly.
Now look at where you are now.
Yeah.
The world champion, the Australian national champion. All right, now going to world, I think. All right.
Yeah.
So I believe that's very good, man. Was there any in the last 3 games? Was there anything that was going through your mind that you were worried about, like anything crazy like that?
I was playing against 2 Verdances.
Yeah.
That's a horrible matchup for Kasai.
But you played so well against, especially Sam Sutherland. You played very well, and then you warmed up for the second round, and you were able to go through to the finals. And then you had the Syndra there. Is there anything you want to say to Kasai fans?
Not about Kasai fans in particular, but it's just shout outs to all my friends, everyone who helped me.
Absolutely.
My brother, Vincent, he's the one who mostly provides the cards for me actually.
Very good.
He likes to buy them, and then I just kind of just take some and then I buy some of my own things.
Oh, so he's the merchant, you're the player, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's a
good.
really good player as well. So,
Absolutely.
And he's just always supported me, and then all of my friends, Isaac Decisive and Matthew Clark, they're Isaac's one of my most frequent test partners, and Matthew Clark, he was on the same deck as me, basically almost the exact same deck as me. We talked about Kasai a lot.
Well, we had Isaac actually cover for your game.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, we had him up here. He was talking wonders about you, and just he was so impressed with how you played. And like I said, you've done fantastic today. You've done very well, so congratulations.
Thank
all
you.
right, look after yourself and enjoy the golf on. All right.
Thank you very much.
Easy. Thank you, guys. Well, that has come to our conclusion of the Australian Nationals here. Justin Lim being our winner here. A lot of great games, a lot of great players, and I think a fantastic time. Thank you all again for joining us today on the stream, and thank you for there as well and putting up with the issues we had with the internet. But otherwise, good night, good all. Have a lovely day.